Hi, hello, welcome to my video. This is a video I edited condensing all of the content from my VTubing discussion stream that I did last Saturday. And I super duper apologize for anyone who did try to come to the stream and like came on time, but couldn't stay because I started so late. That is totally my bad. I had a like much fancier setup that I was trying to prepare. But then it broke when I tried to use it during the stream, and I spent like 40 minutes trying to fix it, but it just didn't happen. So eventually, I ended up just giving up and going for a pretty simple setup. But it's fine. Uh, Anyways, I edited the video. Unfortunately, this video still is going to end up being like over 4 hours long, I think. But there's not a lot I could do because even with eliminating all of that extra time of me trying to fix my broken stuff on stream, the stream still ended up being almost like 6 hours. And there was only so much stuff that I could cut out because I was literally talking like almost the whole time. Most of the stuff that I cut out is like extra stuff or stuff that I might have repeated by accident. But even eliminating most of that, the video is still over 4 hours. So I super duper apologize for how long this video is. If you're here for the premiere, thanks so much for coming. Don't feel bad if you can't stay for a full 4 hours. You can just treat it like a stream if you want. Um, but I do have timestamps in the description for when this whole video airs after the premiere. So if you want to come back to this video later and just watch certain sections on topics that are of particular interest to you, feel free to do so. I also spent a lot of time during the stream answering questions that I got both in chat on Curious Cat, and I made a list of those and also included those in the timestamps. So that way, if you're only interested in certain things, and certain things that I discussed during the stream, you have timestamps so that you can just skip to the stuff that you want to hear. And you don't have to sit through like 4 hours trying to figure out where it is. I think that's all I have to say on that. So thank you guys so much for coming to watch this video, and I hope you enjoy it and have, I hope it makes you at least think. All right, thank you guys, and here we go. So, to define, I want us to kind of all be on the same page as to at least how I'm defining VTubing. And not everyone, I think, is going to have the same definition. I think there has been a little bit of debate in the VTubing community as to the exact definition. My definition of a VTuber is someone using a virtual avatar to represent themselves while they create content. And I would like to clarify that I don't believe that content is just, I don't believe content is just streaming or YouTube videos. I think content can have a pretty broad definition. I believe art is content. I believe social media and like I do believe social media is content. Like, for example, drill. Like Drill on Twitter, who makes all of the big meme tweets, I consider Drill a content creator. So even if you're like someone who just tweets on Twitter a lot, but you're using a persona and like a virtual avatar to represent yourself, I do believe you're a content creator. You might not be creating as much content as someone who streams or makes YouTube videos, but I do still believe that you're a content creator. Okay. I'm gonna turn my music down just a little bit more, just in case. I don't really know how loud it is, and I just want to make sure it's not too loud. Okay, so, springboarding off of that, VTube, I think for anyone interested in getting into VTubing, I think one of the things you gotta consider is VTubing as a hobby versus a career. I think most people in the indie VTubing scene are looking at VTubing as a hobby, which I think is probably the best way to start, because I guess let's just talk about what does it take to make VTubing into a career, right? A career is something that you can make a living off of. Like, if you can't support yourself at the end of the day doing that thing, then at least I personally, I don't think you can consider it a career, because I think a career implies that you can support yourself and make a living off of it. So you have to be making a decent amount of money consistently in order to consider VTubing a career. And I would like to say that there's a lot of different ways to make income as a VTuber, but it's still very difficult to do it consistently. So I think most people going into VTubing should remember that trying to make it into a career, that's a great, awesome goal, and I hope sincerely that you can make it there. But trying to think of making it a career from the get-go is going to be an absolute killer on your motivation, because getting there is going to be very, very difficult. I think that everybody should try to start it as a hobby, always consider it a hobby at first, and then eventually, when you're if you hit it big, maybe you do hit it big. When you hit it big and you are actually making a consistent enough income that you can make a living off of it, then I think you can make a career. And even if you actually don't, you're not making that much money yet, but you are seeing a lot of growth and you think you're going to get close to making that amount of money to make a living off of it, then I think you can start seriously thinking about making it into a career. But just remember not to like hop into VTubing with that, intention. I think most people don't, but I just feel like I should mention this anyways, because sometimes there are people out there who jump into something like way too fast. Here's my bullet points. So time commitment. So VTubing, okay, part of thinking of VTubing as a hobby versus trying to make it into a career eventually is really about the time commitment that you can put into it. I think like it's content creation, and creating content takes time. Whether you stream or whether you make videos or whatever, it does take time. Not only to create the content, but to edit it, post it, interact with the community, and develop it. It takes a lot of time. If you don't have the time, or I guess just try to kind of match your expectations to the amount of time that you're able to put into this hobby, Like, even when you think of it as a hobby, sometimes it can be very discouraging when you don't see growth, even when you're treating it as a hobby. Hi, JP Smee, welcome to the stream. Also, just welcome everybody who's here at the stream. Thanks for being here. Sorry that I started so late. Anyways, so, yeah, I feel like you have to really keep in mind what amount of time can you consistently put into this. That's really going to affect, like, how much growth you can have, because that directly affects the content you put out, like how much time you can put into the content that you're putting out. And you also, not only is it like how much time can you put into it, it's what you're doing with the time that you're putting into it, which kind of brings me to my next thing, which is skills. VTubing, when you get into VTubing, you can actually learn a lot of skills from like learning VTubing and like learning how to be a better VTuber. But you also kind of have to ask yourself, when you get into VTubing, what skills do you already have? Like, can you draw? Can you make art? Can you do graphic design? Can you make music? Are you really good at video games? Are you really good at dancing? I don't know. Like, what skills do you have? I think when people get into VTubing, they don't super think about like what kind of VTuber they want to be. I think that can like really help you stand out from the crowd is thinking about like something that makes you special and stand out from other people. And kind of like really honing in on that as a VTuber. I think that goes kind of for any content creator. That kind of same thing goes, where you're trying to find like a niche that you really enjoy and can easily make content for. Yeah, so like as I was saying before, like an artist, if you're a VTubing artist, you could post a lot of art on your social medias. You could stream yourself making art. A music maker can stream themselves making music. You can take music commissions, and etc., etc. If you're really good at speedrunning video games, you could be a speedrunning VTuber, stream yourself doing speedruns or like making videos on speedruns, stuff like that. I think that's like really helpful for getting yourself to stand out, because the VTubing scene, especially now, has really like blown up over the past year. So it's a very, it's a very saturated market right now. So you really have to find something that helps you stand out if you want to see yourself grow. And also it's like a great, if you find those things, you can develop your skills and become even better at them, because you're like so busy trying to get better so you can create better content as a VTuber. And this bullet that says promotional tool is, I also think that, a lot of people who do want to make VTubing into a career sometimes they're expecting, you know, they're going to get almost all their income, like, from people giving them money because they're a cool, super popular VTuber. But that's not the only way to make a career with VTubing. VTubing is actually a great promotional tool for, like, something else that you do. Like, for example, I make 3D models. I learned how to make 3D models when I got into VTubing because I wanted to make my own model. And now I take 3D model commissions. And I'm actually able to make enough money to support myself taking 3D model commissions. It's not from people giving me money because I'm a VTuber. They're giving me money for my 3D model commissions. But I'm using VTubing as a way to promote my commissions because I stream the process and I'm like on social media as a VTuber. And it's a way to like show off my model and like other people's models. I'm using it as a promotional tool to like promote my artistic career. So I wouldn't say I'm making a living as a VTuber. I'm making a living as an artist. But VTubing is a great way for me to promote myself and kind of make like a little bit tiny extra income on top of my artistic career. So that's just like an example. And that can go for like lots of other stuff. I've seen people actually, I've seen some people on Twitter actually transition to like full-time graphic design work because they've been finding so much work as a graphic designer for the VTubing community, and other people who just find them because of the promotion that they've been doing as a VTuber. So that's just like some stuff you can think about. If you do eventually think that you'd like to make VTubing into a career, maybe VTubing won't be your career, but you can use it to jumpstart like something adjacent to it, you know? Okay. So VTubing and mental health. I think this is like really important to talk about because I've seen a lot of people on my Twitter timeline having a lot of mental health problems. And I don't think that all of the mental health problems that I'm seeing are always directly related to VTubing, but I think VTubing can definitely, like, VTubing is kind of like a double-edged sword. It can be a great source of, like, support when you manage to find or form a community of really supportive people, but it can also be a double-edged sword in that VTubing is a very, like, it's a very numbers-based thing, right? Like number of followers, number of people watching your stream, etc., etc. Number of money that you get when you stream. It's very tough because when you're on social media, you know, you can see a lot of really successful, popular VTubers. But when you see another VTuber who's like making it and like being successful, it can be so discouraging if your progress is not the same. And I feel like everyone knows in their head, you know, that everyone grows at a different pace. And growth takes time, but it can be really killer on the mental health when you're not where you want to be and you see someone else who is where you want to be. And a lot of people can find themselves asking, like, what am I doing wrong? Is there something wrong with me? So it can be really tough. So yeah, to my first bullet point, it can be really stressful. VTubing can be really stressful if you're not meeting your goals, which kind of brings me back to the topic of hobby versus career. You have to remember that from your VTubing should be a hobby for you to start with. Remember, it's a hobby, and there's literally no one is going to be upset with you for not being a huge VTuber. The only one who you're disappointing is yourself, and that's only if you let it. Like, if you have man, how do I phrase this? I want everyone to remember that regardless of where you are as a VTuber, you're still like worthy of love and respect. I sincerely hope that everybody who is in VTubing has people that are outside of the VTubing community that you can talk to and still socialize with, and they can be your support network. Because I also think that it's not healthy to make your whole social network be like people who are like in the VTubing scene. I think it's extremely helpful to get the outside perspective of someone who's not involved in VTubing and streaming because they can kind of ground you to the world outside of VTubing and kind of take you out of like a dark place if you kind of get stuck in a rut when you're not where you're not where you're wanting to be with VTubing. I think they can kind of ground you and remind you that there's stuff outside of VTubing. Just because you get into VTubing and you want to be successful and you're spending a lot of time on it doesn't mean that like there's still not other more worthwhile things that you can like do with your time. Like you've got stuff outside of VTubing. VTubing is not the only thing in your life. At the very least, I don't think it should be. I don't think it's healthy. Hey Cubix, welcome to the stream. Okay, so okay, so that kind of brings me to time management as well, right? I know that a lot of people, especially who are kind of going to VTubing as a hobby, a lot of you probably have jobs and careers like outside of VTubing, because it's kind of this is like a spare time hobby for a lot of people, right? And I know that people like working on VTubing because it's fun to stream, it's fun to play games, it's fun seeing your stream improve when you invest time into it. But you also don't want to, like, you know, just make sure that the time that you're putting into it is time you can afford to give. I've seen a lot of people burn out from overworking themselves because they want to VTube, they want to content create, but they also have a job in real life outside of VTubing, and it can be really tough to juggle. I think that also brings me to the topic of, like, if you have a job and stuff and you're really busy and you can't put as much time as you want into VTubing, do not feel bad that you can't put that much time into VTubing. At the end of the day, it's a hobby, right? It's a hobby. You should never feel bad that you can't put enough time into a hobby because of work in real life. Like, your health and well-being should always take the priority over whatever perceived amount of time you think you need to be putting into a hobby. It's a hobby. Remember, a hobby is supposed to make you happy. It's supposed to be something you do for fun. At least that's what I think a hobby should be. Oh, I got a question. What kind of issues do you think VTubers have that other content creators don't encounter? Oh, I think one of the major issues that VTubers can have is, because we're people using a virtual avatar persona, I think sometimes people can forget that there are real people behind the avatar. There are real people playing the character. I think that there's also kind of, sometimes I think there are people that look down on the VTubing community because of the fact that we use avatars and, like, don't show our real faces. Or some VTubers do show their real faces. They're comfortable doing so. I'm actually a VTuber who's comfortable showing my real face. I don't really post it a lot because I don't post my face in general, even on normal social media. But, like, if someone found a picture of me and was like, oh, this is Pandy, like, I wouldn't care. There are a lot of people also, I think another, actually that brings up another issue that I think is a problem VTubers have. A lot of people get into VTubing because they want privacy in their life, and I think a problem that VTubers face is the fact that they usually want more privacy compared to other content creators, I think, that don't, because we don't show our real, some VTubers don't show their real faces. But there are a lot of people who will go out there, they'll go out of their way specifically to try and dox VTubers and, like, say, this is so-and-so VTuber, this is their real face. And I think that VTubers face a lot of problems with, especially if you, like, hit it big and get popular as a VTuber. I think a lot of people run into the problem where people are, like, really try to infringe on your privacy. I know this goes for content creators too, but I feel people tend to go on a face hunt for those that don't show their face ever. Yeah, exactly, Ninja. A lot of people like seeing the face behind the mask, even if the person wearing the mask doesn't want to show that to people. I think that's a really major problem that VTubers face. Let's see. Where was I? Oh, yeah. Alright, so on to numbers. Okay, so this kind of plays, this is another thing. I was saying this earlier, but a lot of VTubing, when you're VTubing, you can really, really hung up on numbers, because when you see yourself with low numbers, when you see yourself having slow or stagnating growth, it can be so discouraging for new people, because it's really tough, you know? And I think sometimes it's even tougher when you like compare yourself to other people who have like more followers on Twitter or like have more people on their streams, and you might feel like, hey, my content's like just as good, or maybe you doubt yourself and you think, oh man, maybe there's something wrong with me as a person or my content. And I assure you, there's like a good percentage of the time it's not your fault that your numbers are low. Sometimes it's just hard on social media to get see numbers and growth. Sometimes you just have to get really lucky. Like, I don't know how else to say it. Sometimes you literally just have to get really lucky. You can be creating the same content you've always been, but suddenly one day you just suddenly see a lot of growth out of nowhere. It could be just like a random video you've made or a random clip that you post just suddenly goes viral or something, or I say viral, but you know, like blows up on Twitter a little bit or whatever, and then you'll see a lot of growth from that. It's a lot of luck factor. I don't think people should get hung up on numbers very much, because at the end of the day, like I was saying before, VTubing should be a hobby for most people. And as a hobby, the important thing is that you're enjoying it. I don't think numbers should play a part in whether or not you're enjoying it. I think the thing that you have to focus on, I think this goes for all content creation actually, is that are you enjoying the content that you're making? Are you enjoying the process of making it? Or are you enjoying the final product? Are you enjoying the people that you're interacting with as a content creator? Those are the important things. It shouldn't be about numbers, because you will easily stress yourself out if you're constantly concentrating on your numbers. Especially when you're starting out as a new VTuber, because I'm gonna break it to you guys. Most people who are starting VTubing, you're literally gonna, unless you're already like a popular artist or something, and you change your or popular streamer already or something similar to that, you're going to be starting from nothing if you're not one of those things already, and then like announcing that you're suddenly becoming a VTuber. Like, you're gonna be starting from basically nothing. Your numbers are going to be low to begin with, and I kind of hate to say this, but like the bigger you are, the easier it is to like get bigger, because you're just like, if you have the numbers already, those numbers help you grow. So when you're small, it's really hard to grow when you're small. For most people, there's some people get lucky and they manage to just grow big for no particular reason. They just do. But for most people, when you start out, you're going to be starting small, and the growth is going to be slow because you're small. The only thing you can really do is just keep making content that you enjoy, interact with people, and do it genuinely. Don't interact with people just because like you want them to follow you, you want them to up your numbers. Like, don't do that. That's not only is that kind of like disrespectful to other people, but that's also like disrespectful to yourself. You're like, you're worth more than the number of people that follow you. Like, interact with people genuinely because you want to socialize with them, form real, meaningful relationships while you're in this community, you know? And obviously, I'm not saying, like, hop into someone's DMs right away and say, hey, I want to be friends. Let's talk about our private lives and make a deep connection. Like, just let your genuine interactions form relationships naturally. I'll get into that more when I get to the relationships topic later tonight. Let me read what Ninja said. Yeah, I totally agree. Numbers are really a fickle thing because it's all up to individuals, what they want to engage, / interact with, and lots of luck. The algorithm really... Yeah, that's another thing. Like, so much numbers and growth is, like, based off of whatever the social media algorithm decides to do to you. Sometimes you'll get lucky and a post will blow up, but a lot of times it won't. I can give some social media tips later, but maybe on another part. I don't think that super relates to mental health right now. Anyways, that's just kind of some of the things I wanted to say regarding VTubing and mental health, because I see a lot of people get like down on their numbers and stuff. I also see a lot of people feeling like lonely on the timeline. A lot of people are feeling lonely or sad, and I'd say part of that is people who just naturally already had mental health issues that they were dealing with, and they just post about it on social media because, you know, sometimes people do that. You're allowed to do that. You're a person at the end of the day. You're allowed to have feelings and you're allowed to post about it. But I was just trying to focus on mental health issues caused by VTubing. I can't really give advice on normal mental health issues. I'm no psychologist or anything. All right. Let me check the Curious Cat real quick just to make sure that oh, I actually did get some questions. Okay. Thank you to whoever said you got this. Thank you. um Oh, Ninja. Let me get to the questions over the Curious Cat, and then I'll answer your question, Ninja. Okay, so the earliest question I got was, how do you feel about generating income by making brand deals and selling yourself? Um, okay, so first of all, I think that anyone that looks down on people making brand deals and like saying that you're like selling out, I think that's absolutely stupid. Like, it literally took skill. It took skill on your part to generate quality enough content that you're getting a large amount of people to like look at your stream. If a brand comes to you wanting to make a deal with you, that's a testament to your skill and effort as a content creator. And anyone that like looks down on you for like selling out is literally like, are you telling me they would not immediately take the chance to make money just by like shilling for a brand for like a minute before a stream? Like, I think passing up easy money like that in this economy, that's stupid. I think anybody who's like uppity about that should just shut up. That's just my take on it. If you ever got that popular that you can make brand deals, please take that money. Just make sure that the brand that you're representing is like cool, right? You don't want to accidentally align yourself with a brand that like is bad, you know? Just always look into stuff before you agree to things. Like, look into who you're associating with, what they stand for, stuff like that, you know? Yeah. Okay. Second question I got on the Curious Cat was, when did VTubing start and what caused the transition from regular streaming? So actually, when did VTubing start? An interesting question, because as I was saying before, my definition of VTubing is creating content behind a virtual avatar. So with that definition, there's actually a broad amount of things that we could consider VTubing, like Annoying Orange, technically a VTuber. I hate saying that, but Annoying Orange is technically a VTuber. I believe the first person that we could consider a VTuber is Kizuna I can't think of an instance of like a content creator that we think of at the forefront of VTubing besides Kizuna I. And technically Kizuna I is actually like a team, you know, there's a team behind Kizuna I, but Kizuna I is still like a singular persona entity behind a virtual avatar creating content. I would say Kizuna I is probably the first like VTuber. And I know I said, Drill's a content creator, but I think being anonymous is different from representing yourself with a virtual avatar. So Drill is not a VTuber. Drill is a content creator, but not a VTuber. I think Kizuna I is the VTuber, and I believe Kizuna I first started making content in her first appearance, according to Google, says that Kizuna I made her first appearance in November of 2016, near the end of November. So I would say Kizuna I marks VTubing as we know it. I think she marks the start of VTubing as we know it today. She is like the VTuber. As far as beginnings go, I think she is one of the first that we can really point to. The second part of the question was, what caused the transition from regular streaming? That's a really great question. I think that's a really interesting thing to talk about. I don't think there's really been any sort of studies. I don't think there's been any statistics on VTubing. I'd actually really love to make a survey for the VTubing community. I'd really love to learn some numbers. I might make a survey after this stream and maybe like next week and post it and see what kind of statistics I can glean from the Twitter VTubing community. I don't know exactly what would cause the transition, like from a psychological, social standpoint. I can definitely say that I was going to talk about this when I was going to talk about the pandemic, but the big panini caused a lot of people to start getting into VTubing because everybody was shut up in their homes because of quarantine and all of that. A lot of people were spending a lot more time at home. So not only were more people like participating more in at-home hobbies like playing video games and consuming content like watching stuff on YouTube and watching streamers, a lot of people, well, I guess because of that content consumption, a lot of people started learning about the VTubing scene, and it like grew really fast during the big panini. Um, so I think a lot of the growth that we're seeing in recent months is from the big panini, causing a lot of people to like get into VTubing. But VTubing existed even before the big panini. Um, I'm going to admit I'm not ultra familiar with Hololive. When did the first generation of Hololive start? Hololive's Hololive was actually founded in 2019. So the big VTubers actually didn't start existing until pretty recently. 2019 is actually pretty recent. Um, VTubing kind of was mostly like Kizuna Ai's field until a couple of years ago. Um, I don't really know exactly why VTubing I don't know exactly what started VTubing, but I think some of the transition, I guess if the question is why do some people get into VTubing from regular streaming? Part of the reason is it's just super cool. Like seeing how far technology has developed, enabling people to actually do this like relatively easily is it's really cool. The technology is super cool, and it's just really fun representing yourself with a virtual avatar. I mean, think about it. So many people will play games just for the character customization, right? Like people love character customization. And VTubing is literally just like making your dream character and then being them while you create content. It's just really fun. I also think it's a great tool for people who socially nervous, or they're nervous about showing their face, stuff like that. Um, like it's just like helpful having that barrier between your real self and your audience. It kind of makes people more comfortable, you know, because they're like, well, if I mess up, that's not my real face out there that people see messing up. It's this virtual avatar there. So that sometimes people can feel like they're allowed to make more mistakes. They're like less nervous about it. I think Drainer says, I think VTubing bridges a gap that allows content creators to connect more to their audience without giving it privacy of having a webcam viewed in their lives constantly. Definitely awesome and allows content creators to engage with viewers in new ways. Yeah, exactly. Like, VTubing adds an extra barrier of privacy to yourself. So, you know, you don't feel like you're putting your whole self out there. You're able to do stuff, but still have, like, a sense of privacy. Some people approach VTubing differently. Some people give themselves more privacy or less privacy. I'm probably a less private person as a VTuber, just in terms of I talk about my actual real life a lot outside of VTubing, and my experiences out in real life outside of VTubing. I reference it a lot, and I'm not afraid to show my face. Like if someone if someone posted it to social media and was like, "This is Pandy's real life face," like I wouldn't care. But that's because I'm someone who already has a clothing brand, and I existed as an artist before VTubing, so people already know what I look like. This last question I got on the Curious Cat is, have you struggled with the mental health problems with your experience VTubing? Okay, I think I am super, super lucky in that, personally, I have not really had to struggle much with my mental health with VTubing. VTubing has been pretty fun for me. I went into VTubing kind of casually, to be honest. I didn't really have high expectations when I got into VTubing. I was just like, okay, this is fun. I want to do this because I think it's fun. I wanted to be a VTuber who had like full body tracking and stuff, because I was gonna get a VR set anyways, so I was like, well, I'm gonna get VR anyway, so wouldn't it be fun to play VR games with like an avatar that's my own and like stream it? That's the main reason I got into it. It's mostly just been kind of like a fun time thing for me. I haven't been like super. I mean, obviously I celebrate like milestones, like, hey, I have this many followers now, because like I'm genuinely appreciating the fact that like, hey, this many people like my content, like, thank you so much. But I don't get stressed out over my numbers, because at the end of the day, for me, it's about like, do I like the content I'm making, and am I having fun doing it? And I would say, yeah, I'm having a lot of fun VTubing. I've met some really cool people in the VTubing community, and I've had some really good times on streams. Ninja asked me, what do you think about those that tend to guilt trip because of the stress with numbers and such? Can you clarify what you mean like by that? Like, who is guilt tripping who about numbers? Like, are people guilt tripping people with big numbers? Like, are they guilt trip? Are people with low numbers guilt tripping people with higher numbers, or what do you mean? Smaller VTubers that guilt trip the general audience and those that are bigger, like, oh my god, I'm doing all of this work, why aren't y'all giving me support like XYZ instead of XYZ? Like, people that try to take down others because they're part of my antagonist. Oh yeah. That's something that I think does happen. It's just really tough, because sometimes you'll look at someone else's content and you're like, my content is just that good, and it's really hard to not compare yourself to other people, especially people making the same like kind of content as you. It's really hard not to compare yourself. But I don't think you should ever guilt trip like the audience or other VTubers just because like you're not doing as well as another VTuber. Like I was saying before, a lot of VTubing and just content creation in general is it's just like, it's a lot of luck goes into it, you know? You might be working really hard. No one's saying that you're not working hard, or that, you know, that you don't deserve to have a bigger audience, but sometimes it's just like, it's just not how it works. Like, you can't will people to like come see your stuff. Like, all you can do is just keep putting out the content, keep putting yourself out there, and hope that what you're putting out is like the kind of stuff that people want to see. And sometimes you're putting out good stuff, but people just don't see it. And I don't think you should blame people for not seeing it or like not consuming your content. People only have so much time in a day. Like, everyone out there is a person with their own lives, their own limited amount of time, and just because they haven't decided to spend their limited free time that they have on you, I don't think you should take it personally. You just have to keep at it. And like, I think that's another thing that people forget about, is growth takes time. Like, you cannot immediately expect things. You can't immediately expect your audience to grow. You can't immediately expect people to come to you. Like, growth takes time. I think that's small streamers in general. Yeah, like, it's always going to be tough starting out when you're small, but I think that guilt tripping bigger streamers or like the audience that's out there just because they're not consuming your content, like guilt tripping them, that's not a good look. It's just not. Oh yeah, so we're kind of on to the approaches to VTubing section of the night stream. So as I was saying before, VTubing is basically being a content creator with a virtual avatar, right? And obviously you don't have to stream and you don't have to make videos, but I think most people get into VTubing with the intention of doing one of those two things. So if you're someone who's thinking about becoming a VTuber or currently VTubing, or you're like starting the VTubing but you're not decided what kind of route you want to take, I just kind of want to go over some main differences between streaming and like posting videos. I'm someone who posts, I do both. I stream and I post videos to YouTube. I don't post as many videos to YouTube, or the videos that I post to YouTube aren't like, I don't put a ton of work into them. Most of them at this point are K-pop reacts, but I have done like a few highlight videos and stuff because I do know how to video edit. I just don't have time. But maybe this will help you like kind of decide where you want to go with your VTubing career, if you want to stream or do videos, or maybe neither. Maybe neither of these things sound appealing to you and you just want to exist on Twitter as a social media clout god or something. But let's start comparing. So you're going to have to learn skills for either of these things. Streaming takes skill, videos take skill, but they're just different kinds of skills. So just remember that I don't think either of these are inherently easier than the other one. I don't think either one is like easier than the other one. They both take skill. They just take different skills. For like if you're streaming, you have to learn how to use the streaming software. And like it's easy to use the streaming software basically, but learning how to make better streaming content and better stream interactivity involves a lot of learning and setup. Like, it's still a skill to learn the streaming software and all of the ins and outs of streaming software. If you're making videos, you have to learn how to edit videos. And you can actually learn how to edit basic videos pretty easily, just like you can learn how to stream basic stuff very easily. But just like all skills, there are more advanced parts to it that you can learn. You can make some really cool stuff when you edit videos if you put in the time to learn video editing skills. And I just want to say that there are tons of tutorials out there online, totally free. So if you're afraid to learn because you don't know where to start, please just like go onto Google and just Google. I think usually the most helpful thing is if you have no experience whatsoever with a software that you're trying to learn, try to Google like basic blah 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 tutorial. Like find a tutorial that'll teach you the basics of a program. And then after you've learned the basics of how to navigate in the program, try to sit there and think, okay, what do I want to do? Like think of a concrete thing that you want to do and then look up a tutorial for that. And then you just keep going like that and you'll pick up skills really fast because you're learning them like a little bit at a time. It can be really overwhelming trying to learn a new skill if you're trying to learn all of it at once. I personally like the approach of learning one thing at a time and gradually building the skills one at a time, you know? Anyways, so some of the other skills besides obviously learning how to use software is there's like some other skills involved. Streaming is if you want to stream well, you have to learn how to entertain your audience for an extended period of time, because if you're going to be streaming, most people stream for like several hours at least, right? Like you have to, because the stuff that you're doing on stream, especially if you're someone who's going to like play games or do art on stream, it's not always interesting for your audience to just, you know, watch you just sit there and stare off into space. Some people actually are able to do that because some people are actually just interested in the content itself, like the game or the art process. But a lot of people need more than that. So one of the skills you have to learn when you stream is being able to entertain your audience throughout the whole stream to keep people engaged with your content and keep them there at the stream. The nice thing about making videos and just posting them to YouTube is you can just play the game or make the art and you don't have to worry about like constantly doing something the whole time or like saying something, because if anything's like boring or like unnecessary or like you're rehashing the same area in a video game because you got stuck and you're like walking around in circles trying to figure it out, you can literally just edit it, cut out all the extra superfluous bits, and you don't have to worry about trying to keep your audience entertained for that whole like half an hour that you were stuck in that video game. You can just cut it out. So a benefit to streams though is they're more interactive. If you actually, you know, if you learn how to entertain your audience the whole time and do it effectively, streams they're just more interactive, obviously, than just watching a video on YouTube, because you can interact with the audience can interact with the streamer during the stream. That's a downside to video content, is you can't really interact with the content creator during the video. All you can do is leave them comments, hope maybe they read your comment and maybe that'll affect how they do something for their next video, or interact with them on social media. But you can't change anything during the actual video, you know? Where do I go? Receiving money from viewers. Oh yeah, so streaming's a great way of kind of earning some, like, if you get popular enough, you can earn some, like, fun extra income because you'll receive money from viewers, either through donations or whatever. It's just like tipping an entertainer, basically. That's what people are doing when they're giving you money while you stream. And obviously, you can still, like, receive donations and stuff from doing videos, but it just doesn't happen nearly as much as it does to streamers, because when people like seeing the reaction to someone receiving a donation or a tip on stream. You can't see that reaction if you're just posting videos. The flip side, though, is if you get popular enough as a video posting content creator, all your content will suddenly just be monetized. You make money simply off of people consuming your content. Like, they don't have to give you the money directly. They just give you money just by watching your stuff. The main obstacle with that, though, is the barrier to entry for video making, like making money solely off of videos, is really, really high. It's tough to get there. The statistic that I put there is for YouTube specifically, because that's the video platform I think most people use. I don't really know how making money on other platforms really works. YouTube's the big one. But in order to monetize your channel on YouTube, you need to have at least 1,000 subscribers, and you need 4,000 public watch hours over the past 12 months. So basically that translates to people on the internet that aren't you have to have watched your publicly published videos. The watch time has to total at least 4,000 hours over the course of a year, over the course of the past year. So that's actually that's pretty tough. It's a very large barrier to entry, but once you make it there, the money kind of just makes itself as long as you're consistently posting content. But like I said, that's a long road to getting the monetized content on YouTube. As opposed to a streamer, if you want to make money as a streamer, the barrier to entry for that is very low. I mean, you can literally set up like a coffee link or a donation link. Just stick it in the description of your YouTube channel stream or your Twitch description, and people, you don't even have to be affiliate for people to donate money to like a coffee account or a PayPal or whatever. You don't even need to be affiliate. If you want to start receiving subs and bits on Twitch as like another avenue of making money, the road to affiliate is definitely a much lower bar than monetized content on YouTube. You only need 50 followers on Twitch and an average of 3 viewers a stream. And I'm not saying that it doesn't take work to reach affiliate, because I know there are a lot of people out there who are working towards affiliate, and some people are having a tough time getting there. I'm not saying it's like incredibly easy, because you still need to put in the work to get there, but I'm saying it's just a much lower bar compared to the amount of work it takes to monetize a YouTube channel. Okay, so a downside to streaming is streaming can be really tough, especially when you're starting out and you have like almost no audience. It can be super discouraging when you're streaming and you have like very few people watching your stream, or maybe no people watching your stream. Sometimes that happens. Sometimes you'll look at your stream and there'll be 1 viewer, and you open it up and it's just a bunch of bots in your chat. That's gonna happen sometimes, especially as a new streamer, and it can be very discouraging. My only advice for that is, like, just because you have a low audience doesn't mean you should stop streaming. Obviously, I don't think the longer you stream doesn't track to more viewers. Definitely do not marathon stream just because you want more viewers. I think when you're streaming, it's like I was saying before, it shouldn't be about the numbers. It should be about, are you having fun with the thing that you're doing? And I think you should just stream as long as you're having fun. If you get tired and you want to stop playing the game or drawing the art or whatever you're doing, then just stop. Don't think about the numbers. The numbers will happen naturally as long as you're, creating good content, enjoying yourself, and just making sure you, like, put yourself out there. I think some people, are, like, on Twitch. Sometimes there are, like, streamers that are, like, on Twitch only and don't really use social media. And I've seen some people, like, do really good on Twitch, even though they don't really use social medias that often, at least, like, not Twitter or whatever. But, you'll have much easier time finding growth and reaching new people if you do use social media. So like, don't forget to use social media properly. Like, let people know when your streams are starting, interact with other people in the community. You'll get more eyeballs on your stuff that way. But yeah, it can be very discouraging when you're starting out and you don't have a lot of people watching. But just remember not to stop streaming just because your numbers are low. Like, if you stop streaming, then you'll never grow. Another thing is for videos, if you make a mistake on stream, like I did today, if you make a mistake on stream, everyone's gonna see it. Obviously you can delete the VOD, so you can kind of erase the evidence that way, but like, anyone who's at your stream will see the mistake that you made. And that's, you know, that's always not super fun. The benefit of like making videos and editing videos is people are only gonna know you made a mistake if you include it in the video or you tell them about the mistake that you made. Editing videos and just making video content means that people only see what you want them to see. That is not true for a stream. Let's see. Oh, another thing with videos is videos are kind of actually easier to get people's eyeballs on them, because you can pay for paid promotion. Just at least on YouTube, you can pay for your video to be an ad or whatever, so you can try to attract more people to your YouTube channel. Like, it is possible. It's possible to pay for numbers. Obviously, the effectiveness of paying for promotion is going to vary greatly depending on how you approach it and the content that you're trying to promote and how you try to promote it. But I'm just saying that it's possible to pay for like actual real growth. Like, you don't have to like pay for Twitch, or paying for Twitch followers is not the same as advertising a video on YouTube. Like, paying for Twitch followers is fake, but paying for promotion and getting actual real people to watch your video because it's an ad, that's real. Like, not everyone's gonna click on your video or actually click through to your YouTube channel, but if you made something good and your video was interesting, you might actually get people who are interested in your content because they saw it because you paid to make them see it. So that's an upside to video content creation. Okay, so a downside to streaming only, and this is for people that stream only. Like I said, it's totally possible to stream and make videos. Stream VODs are temporary. Like, they're not gonna be there forever. I highly recommend that all people that want to stream as a VTuber, please, please, please. Oh, thanks so much for the follow, Synthetic Gaming. Hey. Please, please, please. If you are planning on being a streamer, please make a YouTube channel. Make a YouTube channel, export your videos from Twitch to YouTube. It's super easy. It's literally like a couple button presses and bam, you can export your VOD to YouTube. Even if you don't intend to like make every single VOD like viewable, at least if you have it uploaded to YouTube, even if it's just like under private and people can't actually go out and search for it, you have it. So if you want to like look at yourself, if you want to remember something that you did for memory's sake, or if you want to review how you were doing during a stream, please, please, please save your stream videos. Like, you're not going to regret saving the video. I can't imagine a reason you would regret saving the video. Save your videos, guys. Okay, so with videos on YouTube, comments and search algorithm. So obviously there's not like live chats on YouTube videos, although actually I really like that that premiere system that YouTube's recently started, where you can premiere a video and when it's posted to YouTube, everybody who's like at the premiere can like watch the video like all together at the same time and chat. I think that's really cool. That's a really cool feature. I don't personally use it because I mostly post like K-pop reacts, so I don't find it necessary. I don't have that many subscribers anyways. I don't think it's a very effective thing to use if you don't have that many followers on social media to direct to a YouTube premiere, or if you don't have a lot of subscribers to like actually attend a YouTube video premiere. But I think it's a great fun tool for people that do make videos and do eventually want to interact with your video audience in a more real-time way. you know, but you still don't want to stream. That's a great tool for people who want to make video content but don't want to stream but still interact with your audience. Please don't forget about the YouTube Premiere tool. It's really cool. It's really great. Anyways, people, a great thing about posting videos is even if people, like, you know, they can't make it to a stream because, like, there's a schedule conflict, when you post a video to YouTube, people can watch that anytime they want to. And they can leave comments on videos. You can't leave comments on a Twitch VOD, but you can leave comments on YouTube videos so people can tell you what they thought or tell, like, about whatever you did in that video. The comments are great. Comments are underappreciated. I know everybody says, don't never go into YouTube comments, and that is true for some things, but as a content creator, you will learn to love YouTube comments, because for a lot of the time, most people, unless your video, I don't know, unless you for some reason get a bunch of trolls in your comments, but most comments are usually pretty, like, harmless. Most comments are usually pretty harmless. Also, the search algorithm on YouTube, you are much easier to find with a YouTube video search than you are randomly streaming on Twitch. Like, the main way people will find you on Twitch is because you are promoting yourself on social media, or you are in the recommended channels on someone's recommended channels thing. But recommended channels thing is kind of tough because people don't always look at recommended channels, or, like, I find that to even get on the recommended channels, you have to have at least some viewership. If you are a small streamer starting out and you have very low numbers in your Twitch audience, you're going to have a very tough time getting onto that recommended channels list to begin with. So it's a real toughie trying to get discovered on Twitch itself. That's why I highly recommend that if anybody does really want to seriously like see growth in their streaming and VTubing career, please learn how to use social media effectively to promote yourself and your content. But yeah, it's like way easier to get people to look at your content if you have videos on YouTube, because they can watch the video, like, no matter what their schedule is, because they can watch it whenever they have free time. And your videos are always going to have tags and video descriptions and stuff. So, like, it's easier for people to search for your content because there's, like, tags and stuff on it. Oh, please ignore that my face tracking turned off. My phone disconnected from the internet. It's been doing that randomly the past few days. It's been super annoying. My face is just gonna do this until my phone reconnects. Anyways, oh yeah, and that's my next bullet point. The content on YouTube is just way more accessible because people can consume it whenever they want on their own time. And also usually, I missed the second bullet point for videos, but because you're editing the videos, you're cutting out all of the superfluous, unimportant things. The content is more concentrated. So obviously an edited video is going to be way shorter than the VOD of a stream that's like several hours long. It's way easier for people to consume, especially if they have limited free time. They can watch a video so much faster. They can watch it at whatever speed they want. If you edit it well, you're editing out all the extra boring fluff. So it's a really great way to highlight things. And you can edit videos, so you can make a lot of cool stuff happen on the video. You can make stuff kind of pop and be more entertaining if you learn how to edit well. I want to bring up I did a poll on Twitter for this stream. I wanted to get some stats on whether or not people watch stream VODs. Videos on demand, for anyone that doesn't know what VOD stands for, just in case. Okay, so this tweet only got 33 votes. So I want to remind everyone that this is a pretty small sample size, and please remember that most of the people who are interacting with this poll are probably people who are very active in the VTubing community, because my social media account is a VTubing social media account. So almost everybody who I follow or who follows me are like VTubers or people who watch VTubers. So just keep that in mind when we're looking at the stats on this poll. But with 33 votes, I was actually surprised that only 6% said that they never watch stream VODs. 18% say that they regularly watch stream VODs, which was so interesting. the majority of people, 48%, almost half, said they do watch stream VODs, but rarely. I'm assuming that people that are saying yes but rarely are watching stream VODs for streamers that they really, really like. If you get an audience that's loyal, just remember that it's like, if you stick with streaming, you're going to eventually, and you do it well, you're going to eventually form a community. That loyal community does want to see your content. So, like, as I was saying before, please, if you plan on streaming, and even if you don't want to, like, edit videos, please just save your videos to YouTube. Put the VODs on YouTube. It will not hurt you. There's no I can't think of a singular way it would hurt you other than if you did something problematic in the stream and you posted it to YouTube and then someone makes a call-out post on you about it. But, like, other than that, it's not gonna hurt you. And then 27% of people said that they don't watch stream VODs, but they watch clips. So that's another thing that I want to talk about is please make sure that even if you don't like want to edit whole videos and post them to YouTube or whatever, even if you don't want to make a whole highlight reel, please remember to, if you think there was something in your stream that you thought was really funny or interesting or just like whatever, please just clip it. It only takes a few minutes to clip something, and I know sometimes it's like kind of annoying, but clip it, post it on social media. Like, sometimes clips are gonna be how people discover you. Make the most of the content that you've created. Like, milk all of the things that happen to you for what they're worth. God, I hate that my face is frozen like this. Okay, whatever. One shipping right here. I chose no, but I watch clips. But I mostly watch VODs that have been edited down into easy-to-eat videos. Yeah, I also consider that as a form of clip. But yeah, edited highlight reels and edited VODs are actually a really great way to get eyeballs on your content. I know that not everyone has time to do that because it does take a lot of time to edit VODs because you have to watch the VOD, pick out moments that were entertaining, and then actually edit that into a highlight reel, so it's very time consuming. But if you are someone that does have the skill of video editing, or you have the time to learn how to video edit it, I promise you it's completely worth it to make highlight reels of your VODs, of your streams, because that's a great way to get eyeballs on your content. Anyway, someone asked me to define clout god, so I was using that as like a joking term, but I kind of meant it in a way of like someone who's just like really popular on social media or has like high numbers on social media. So just by having a ton of followers on like Twitter, for example, you just naturally get like a ton of eyeballs on all of your content. You'll naturally have a lot of people interacting with your content because they're following you. And it's just like calling someone like that a clout god is basically like, if that person interacts with your content, if someone with like 10k Twitter followers retweets a post you made, like, obviously not all 10k of their followers is gonna see that post that you made, but even if only 10% of their followers see that post, it's still 1,000 eyeballs on your post. So you're kind of, if you're someone with a ton of Twitter followers or whatever, you're a clout god because you have a lot of power in your hand just by having a lot of people following you, because you have a lot of people who are looking at and interacting with your content. I would like to emphasize, though, that just because you have a lot of followers on a social media account, that doesn't always translate into Twitch interaction. I've seen many people who have like thousands of followers on Twitter and they haven't even reached affiliate on Twitch yet, either because they haven't actually really been streaming that much. They're very popular on social media, but they're actually not that active as like a streamer or a video maker. That exists. There's also people who, I mean, maybe they are affiliate, but they just don't stream or content create consistently. If you don't, this is something I'll say. A lot of people who are popular on social media, those numbers don't necessarily translate into interaction with your content itself outside of social media. I don't know necessarily why that is, because I have seen people who do have a decent following on social media but don't actually get as much engagement with their content outside of social media, even though they do make it consistently. But I can't tell you the exact science behind that. I think maybe some of the reasoning is because the reasons that people may follow you on social media aren't exactly the same as why they would engage with your content. For example, if you're popular on social media because you talk a lot about a certain topic, but maybe your streams aren't always necessarily about that topic, then people are kind of less likely to interact with your streams or attend streams like that. On the flip side, if you have a lot of social media following because of a certain thing and you make a lot of content on that certain thing, those people, because they're interested in that, they're more likely to engage with your content. So if you're noticing a certain trend in your audience that's engaging with you on social media, sometimes it might behoove you to try to lean into that content or niche when creating content. But only do that if you're actually interested in making content centered around that. Like, do not pander to your audience if pandering to them isn't something that you'll enjoy doing. Like, if it's content that you won't enjoy making, then don't do it. Keep making the content that you like, and eventually your audience will just adapt to that content. You might lose some followers or whatever because you're not making the content that they want to see, but eventually, as long as you keep putting yourself out there, you will get people who like your content. As long as you're consistent with it, that's, I think, what really helps you develop an audience. Okay, 19 minutes ago I got asked, what kind of VTubing streams do I enjoy? I'm actually, okay, I'm gonna admit this. I actually don't watch a lot of streamers. I don't watch a lot of streamers just because I don't really have a ton of time. I watch streams occasionally, but I usually do a lot of lurking. The streams that I do watch, I actually don't really watch any of the big streamers. Like, I don't watch the V Shoujo girls, and I don't really watch Hololive. I usually watch other indie VTubers who I've interacted with, like on Twitter. And usually if I'm active in their chats, it's because I like talking to that person, and I think that the things that they're doing in their stream are entertaining. I like watching people play like funny, goofy games. I like interacting with people who I can like kind of joke around with or say goofy things in their chat. Those are usually the streams that I tend to be in the most. Because for me, if I'm going to watch a stream and be active in it, it's because I want to interact with the streamer. So I try to, I'm usually more active and enjoy streams that like I can actually really interact with a streamer, you know? Panny, your face tracking is off, I think. Yeah, I know, Genta. My phone disconnected from the internet, and I can't get it to reconnect. So I'm just like this until my phone randomly fixes itself. It's very unfortunate, but I'll just be asleep the whole time while I do this, I guess. Okay. 17 minutes ago I got asked, why do you think non-human personas are so popular? This is a very interesting question. I think this kind of plays into, I was thinking, Pandy's so sorry today. Hey, Amiette. Yeah, I'm making a lot of facial expressions, but you guys can't see it because my face tracking turned off, and I don't know how to fix my phone. Anyways, I think the appeal of non-human personas, and I'm assuming that, you mean this in the general sense of like fictional personas, like the like not showing a real life face persona. I think that's what you mean, not just like demons and angels and whatever. Turn data off and on. Maybe. I don't even know if I have. I don't even think this phone doesn't even have data, because this phone is technically like not a Oh, wow, actually, I just turned Wi-Fi on and off, though. I think that might have fixed it. Wow, great advice, Stilvet, thank you. Anyways, wow, I have a face now. Anyways, so I think the appeal of non-human personas, like not showing your real life face, I think a lot of the appeal in that is kind of just the appeal in general with fiction, right? Like, people can kind of feel more comfortable with like, for example, let's talk about 18 plus content. I think that's a great place to start actually with this discussion. A lot of people, you know, they wouldn't feel comfortable like writing an explicit fan fiction about a real life person. I mean, some people are, but I think a larger number of the population is not comfortable with that. You're not comfortable with the idea of like doing that to a real person. But with someone who is a fictional character and a VTubing persona is in a way a fictional character, you don't feel like weird or bad about that, because you're not affecting a real person. And obviously there is real people behind VTubers. There's a real person playing the part of the VTuber. But just like with an actor playing the part of a fictional character in a movie, the actor understands that it's not specifically them that's like being, well, okay, sometimes it is, because, well, let's be real, they're hot people. People are always going to sexify hot people, but it's like different from, it's like saying Scarlett Johansson is hot is different from like drawing porn of Scarlett Johansson. Just like you can, if you drew porn of a VTuber character, that's not the same as drawing porn of the person acting as the VTuber character. So it's just like kind of that barrier, of it feels less like a real person, so you feel more comfortable like fantasizing about them, I guess. And because so many people are using a character, there's a lot more room for like fantasy there, because, for example, I'm a demon, so I can make jokes and like talk about, oh, I make a ton of blood packs all the time as a demon. You can make fun jokes relating to that, because another part of a lot of VTubers is a lot of VTubers have lore, so you can kind of like interact with their lore and like their stories that they've made up. You're like interacting with the fictions that they've invented. Yeah. And that's just like a little bit about it. I'm not an expert on this. I'm not really an expert on the psychology behind that, but I think that's like that's like a lot of the appeal in that type of stuff, and kind of VTubers in general. I think that's a lot of the appeal with VTubers in general. What about non-human personas, says JJ? Oh, so you mean like specifically like angels and demons and things that are like actually human? I think that's still, though, that's like kind of leaning into the fantasy part and the fiction part of VTubing, right? Of playing a character, is like when you're given the ability to be literally anything you want. You can represent yourself as anything you want. A lot of people, I think, don't think it would be as interesting to represent yourself as a human, because that's what you are in your everyday life as a human, right? So it's fun to represent yourself as something that you couldn't ever actually be in real life. You can represent yourself and let people see you as something that's like fun and fantastical. I think that's like a lot of the appeal and why so many people like portray themselves as like demons or cat girls or fox spirits or whatever, it's just fun. Also, I would say a lot of people's VTubing personas also double as like OCs for them, basically. And a lot of people make OCs that are not human. It's just very fun thinking about like fiction and fantasy things for things that aren't human. How much money have you made from VTubing so far? Someone has asked me. That's an interesting question. So I would count my money that I made from 3D commissions as being separate from the money I've made as a VTuber, because I would count my VTubing money as the money that's been donated to me during the course of my streaming. For me, it's not like a crazy amount, but it was enough for me to receive a Twitch payout. I believe that I have received maybe one or two Twitch payouts over the course of my VTubing career. I started VTubing in January, around the end of January, and man, let me check. Let me check on my my analytics. How much revenue have I made in? Can I expand the time period that this covers? I don't know how. Oh, wait, yeah, I can. Okay, so if we start from January 22nd to today, I have made a total of $238.29 VTubing by itself. This is not counting the money I've made making 3D models and taking 3D model commissions. I consider that money I've made as an artist. But I want to emphasize that being a VTuber really helps get my name out there and showcase my work to get people actually interested in my model commissions. So I said this earlier in the stream, but please consider using the skills. If you're an artist or something else, please consider using VTubing as a promotional tool to upgrade other parts of your career, like another career that you have. Like you can combine the two. It's totally possible. So obviously, I mean, $238 is definitely not an insignificant amount, because I made that over the course of what's today, the 17th? So February, March, April. That's almost 3 months. So $200 something in 3 months is not, it's not bad. It's not bad for just streaming and having fun, because like I was saying, VTubing is just a hobby for me. So this is just like kind of fun extra spending money. Most of this money actually just does go back into equipment to upgrade my stream, but I'm spending that money because upgrading my stream setup makes me happy. I like seeing the upgrades to my stream and doing cool stuff with this technology. But I obviously could spend that money on other things that if buying like 10 milkshakes from Denny's makes me happy, I could very well have spent that money on that. And I'd have no reason to feel guilty. It's money I made doing something fun. A lot of people like say that, hey, if you donate to me, this money goes to my rent or upgrades to the stream. But it's still totally valid to spend the money that you get from streaming like on other stuff, unless you're like making a charity stream and you're explicitly telling people that you're donating the money to charity. Obviously, never lie about where money is going towards, but as long as you're like, you're never obligated to spend your money on a specific thing unless you already made a commitment beforehand. You do not have to like make a commitment about where you spend your money. Sorry, I got off on a little bit of tangent there. That was not really what the question was asking. That was, but that's how much money I made so far as a VTuber. A few minutes ago, someone asked me to shout out some of my favorite VTubers. Okay, I'm not really I'm not super duper active in the VTubing community, as in I don't follow a ton of people in the VTubing community, so I don't always know exactly what's always happening. I'm not familiar with a ton of VTubers, but if I had to name some of the ones that I really like their content, Bite underscore exe on Twitch. I really like her stuff. She's got really cool content. She puts a lot of work into her streams. She's really cool. Jen, I shout you out like almost every stream. Okay, Jen is one of my favorite streamers. She's a clown queen. I love Jen. But I literally collab with you like all the time, Jen. I'm like, I talk to you and shout you out like every time I stream, almost every time I stream. Obviously, I like you. Here, look, I'll even do a shout out for you because I love you. Jen is cool. She's one of my best friends. Anyway, but I'm trying to like shout out some other people who aren't here. Yeah, I divorced Jen, but that doesn't mean that I can't still like her as a actually, no, we technically didn't divorce yet. We haven't gotten to that part yet, and it takes two. Anyway, some other streamers I like. I don't want to like spend too long on this because I want to keep getting back into the serious discussion. Is Anduiz? Here, maybe I can I do it? Okay, yeah. I really like Andu's content. Andu's really funny. Also puts a lot of work into their streams, and I think actually they've recently been trying to make content creation their full-time career, doing art and streaming. So I'm really rooting for them because I think they're pretty close. And here, let me shout out Bite real quick. Did I spell this right? I hope I spelled this right. That's not the right command. And there's like a few other ones. I'm not gonna do shoutouts for everybody like with the command, but Pikachu on Twitter is really cool. Monzek is a great artist. I love her stuff. I've commissioned her several times. She's great. Man, I just can't think of them all off the top of my head. There's a lot of streamers that I interact with and stuff. Oh yeah, Daishima's cool. Daishima's really been streaming a lot lately. I made his model, so obviously I like his model. But yeah, there's a lot of people out there with great streams. But just because I like a stream doesn't mean you'll necessarily like a stream. I think it's totally important to make sure that the content you're consuming makes you happy. Like, make sure you actually enjoy the content. Don't go to someone's stream just because like they're like just because like they're popular or whatever, and you like want to get on their good side or whatever because they're popular. That's like a terrible way to consume content. Not only is it like very disingenuous to the person and the streamer, it's just not as fun for you, because if you're not genuinely enjoying their content, like, you could be doing something better with your time. What regrets do I have about my avatar design? Oh, that's an interesting question. My only regret is that I didn't know more when I made it. This was my very first model, or technically I've made a few small upgrades to it since I made it. But it was pretty much my very first model. I want to make a new model soon, just so I can use more of the stuff that I know how to do now that I didn't know how to do before. But I'm actually pretty happy with the design of this model. I just think that there's more fancier stuff that I could do now that I'd really like to do the next time I make a model. Okay, so the next thing I was going to talk about is 2D versus 3D. So if you're someone who doesn't have a model yet, or has been thinking about changing the type of model you have, or whatever, I think this is actually like a really big thing in the VTubing community, is whether or not you should have a 2D model or a 3D model. So for anyone who may not know the exact differences, is a 2D model is a model made using a 2D illustration, and then it's rigged in a program called Live 2D that gives it the illusion of movement by warping the art so it looks like you're so that it animates the art moving side to side and like rotating its like certain angles. While 3D is using a 3D model to be your avatar. I use a 3D model. 1D avatars, best avatars though. Okay. So, there are pros and cons to 2D and 3D. I've talked about this before in art streams before when I've been asked, but this is a great time to go over the pros and cons of 2D versus 3D. I think this will be really helpful for anyone looking to get into VTubing and deciding how they want to go. So, I tried to make these bullet points like direct comparisons to each other. So we'll just go row by row. So for 2D versus 3D. For 2D, there are many artists for 2D models, because for 2D models, all you need to do is be an artist. And all you have to do is be an artist that knows how to draw in multiple layers in whatever art program you're using. You also kind of have to have a little bit of guidance on like learning exactly how a model should be separated into layers and cut up into parts to animate well in Live 2D. But that is definitely... that's less time consuming to learn how to do that than it is to fully learn how to 3D model something. So you're like an ogre made of layers, yeah. Or at least if you're 2D. All 2D VTuber avatars are like ogres. You're all onions. Yeah. So you can get basically any artist to make you a 2D model, as long as they know how to separate the art into the layers that a rigger needs to animate it. And assuming that the artist already knows how to draw, then the only thing they need to learn is how to cut up a model properly for a rigger. And it's not even it doesn't even need to be cut up all the same way, because it's going to be very dependent on like how fancy you want the model to be and like how the rigger wants it separated to animate. Some 2D model artists do the rigging themselves. So sometimes that's like a what do you call it? Like a package. With 3D, one of the biggest disadvantages is there is a much smaller selection of high quality 3D artists out there who are available for work for making VTubing models. That's just the fact. The amount of technical skill and work that it takes to make a professional, like high quality 3D model, the barrier to entry is much higher. Making a 3D model is definitely much more technical work than creating a 2D model of the same quality. If I'm not trying to look down on 2D art. I want everyone to be clear that I'm not looking down on the work and effort that it takes to create a high quality live 2D model. Making a live 2D model is still a lot of work because you still have to draw the artwork and separate it into parts and make sure that it's like cleanly cut for rigging purposes. But there are just so many less people that know how to make a 3D model. That's just the facts. There are many more 2D artists than there are 3D. So the choice of who you can get a model from with a 3D model, you're just a much smaller selection. And the people out there who are making high quality 3D models, many of them are very booked and busy. My models, I would say they're not like professional level, obviously. I'm a beginner. I've only been making models since January. But my models, I would say, are more advanced and higher quality than like a generic VRoid model. I would give myself that at least. And even with that, even though my models aren't even professional level models, I would say they're like maybe intermediate level models. I'm already booked. I'm like super booked on commission. So it's just very tough finding a artist who does 3D. It's just tough. We're booked. People that make good 3D models are highly booked. On the flip side, there are a lot of people out there available for live 2D models. You can always find a live 2D model out there, or a live 2D model artist out there who will draw for you. So at least you've got a lot of availability there. You also and a lot of options. Okay, so some of the downsides to 2D models is 2D models must be rigged for live 2D. I don't know of any alternative ways to VTube with an animated 2D model other than live 2D. So you might be able to find someone who draws you a great, awesome, high quality live 2D model. But not every live 2D model artist knows how to rig or is available for a rigging commission. So you might pay like $1,000 from a professional artist for a really high quality VTubing model, but you still might have to pay a rigger to rig that for you. And the skill set for riggers can just like an artist, the skill set of a rigger can vary greatly. There are obviously some more advanced riggers than others, and a more advanced person who makes a higher quality rig in animations, they're gonna cost more than someone who knows less. So that's like a added expense on top of a 2D model. I can't remember what it is. There's another method, but it isn't popular. I can't remember what it's called, but it's also worse. Yeah, Live 2D is pretty much the go-to. Most of the really good programmings for face tracking and streaming with a Live 2D model, well, it's for Live 2D. Oh god, my head broke a little bit there. Please ignore that. Kind of one of the upsides with a 3D model is a lot of people, when they're getting into VTubing and they don't have the money for a model, is the program called VRoid is a program where you can make your own 3D model for VTubing. It's great because it's really easy to learn. There's a lot of tutorials out there on how to use VRoid. As long as you put in the time and effort, you can make yourself a nice, personalized 3D model for free. It's literally all about how much time and effort you put into VRoid. And obviously, like, making textures and stuff, you know, there is like a certain amount of artistic like skill needed to make really good looking textures, and obviously you're going to need some creativity if you want to make something look really good and unique. But like I said, the main benefit here is VRoid is totally free. So if you have no money but you have time, you can make yourself a model in VRoid if you put in the time and effort, and it's free. It's a great option for people that don't have the money for a high quality model or don't know how to draw. You can make yourself a model in VRoid. And like, if you have like a little bit of money but you don't have a ton of money, VRoid has a lot of options for customization on this website called Booth. Booth is a website that has a lot of assets on there, like 3D assets and textures and stuff that you can import into Vroid and like add some cool stuff to your Vroid model, without you needing to be like super artistically skilled. So that's one of the benefits. And also Vroids they're naturally rigged. Vroid models aren't going to require you to pay someone to rig the model because Vroid is just like, they automatically rig the models. Good male live 2D artists are hard to find, but if you want to find a cute girl or something, that is easy. I definitely see a lot more people drawing female live 2D models, but I also think the market for people wanting female live 2D models is just a higher market. So sometimes people might be able, they might have the capability and artistic skill to draw a good male live 2D model. It's just their portfolio probably is more skewed towards female models because I think there's just like a higher demand for high quality female live 2D models. I think there is a higher I don't know, I have no way to prove these statistics, but from what I'm experiencing on social media, personally, from my personal experience, I would like to emphasize that these are not real statistics. These are just what I have seen on my own social media experience. I have seen way more female representing VTubers than I have male ones. Okay, so PNG tubing. So this is another route you can go. If you don't have the money for a full expensive live 2D model and you don't have the time to make yourself a Vroid, at least not to the standard that you want to, PNG tubing is completely valid, especially if you're someone who is just getting into VTubing and content creation because you think that the concept of VTubing is cool, but you don't really know how you feel about content creation yet and streaming and whatever. PNG tubing is totally valid because you don't have to spend as much money on a picture than you do a live 2D model. So if you kind of just want like a way to represent yourself without shelling out a ton of money or time, just commission an artist for a nice piece of art and PNG tube. And for anyone who might not be familiar with the term PNG tubing, that's just literally just sticking a picture on your stream. Sometimes people do the reactive thing where the picture lights up when you talk. That's done using a really simple setup with your streaming program and Discord. Maybe a tiny little bit of animation there. You can do that too. But it's just basically using a still image or maybe a GIF to represent yourself when you are streaming. And that's a completely, totally valid way to stream. And do not let anyone like put you down for it because not everyone has the time or money to buy a fancy model or make their own. And it's okay to do that if you still want like a picture to represent yourself. Like there's nothing wrong with that, especially if you are looking to try out VTubing but you are not convinced you want to make that financial commitment or time commitment. It's a great way to still like represent yourself with the avatar persona, but you know, kind of get a feel for how you feel about the actual act of creating content. There are actually many, this is more common than people might think, but there are a lot of people who get into VTubing because they like the concept of representing themselves with a virtual avatar or like playing a character, but they've never made content or streamed or made videos before. And then when they actually start the streaming part, they find out, actually, I'm not enjoying this as much as I think. But they've spent a lot of money on like getting a fancy model, but they didn't realize yet that they actually are not a big fan of streaming or video making that they are trying to use the model for. I think a lot of people should be more like aware of stuff like that before they really dive deep into this hobby. But I'll get into that later when I start talking about budget and stuff. But I just wanted to talk about that real quick. Okay, so the next bullet point is there's a lot of variety in art styles because, like I was saying earlier, with a live 2D model, it's literally just an illustration. It's just an animated illustration. But that means the whole world is your oyster because the limit is basically the limit of the artist's skill and art style. So you can have a VTuber model that looks like literally anything. The VTuber model can look like literally anything. If it can exist as a picture on the internet, then it's possible to turn that into a model. So you have, and there's, like I was saying earlier, there are so many artists that can make you live 2D models. There's so many artists that can do that. So you have a lot of options and a lot of variety, and that can be achieved with a live 2D model. If you're trying to achieve like a very specific look or art style, you can do that super easily with a live 2D model. It's very with 3D, achieving a distinct art style or aesthetic is much more difficult, not only because it's a lot more work to achieve a specific appearance with a 3D model, because you have to worry about texture, rendering, shaders, the actual model itself existing in the 3 dimensions. Finding an artist who can actually achieve that look that you're going for, that has a skill level to achieve that look, is much, much harder, because as I was saying before, there are much, much more live 2D artists than there are 3D artists. Finding skilled 3D artists who are available for work in this community is hard. There are just not that many. The unfortunate truth is that male VT avatars are not as popular as female models in terms of popularity. Definitely there are way more big name female representing VTubers than there are male ones. There definitely are. And I don't know the exact statistics on that of female versus male. I would also say that the overall population of male representing VTubers is definitely smaller than female ones. I'm definitely, after I'm done with this stream, I'm definitely going to go and make a survey. I'm going to make a survey on Twitter and see how far I can get to spread, because I would really love to see some statistics on the VTubing community. And I know that's still only going to be a limited number, right? Because I can only reach so many people on twitter.com. But I would love to see some real numbers. I really wish that there were like studies out there that are like done on the VTubing community. I would love to see some real numbers. Sell VT, just pay some chibi artists $30 or so for reactive chibi, closed open mouth. Yeah. PNG tubing, very cheap, low cost. I saw a VTuber census floating around on Twitter. Oh, if you find that census, Genta, if it's still active and ongoing, please let me know. I would love to post it in chat for everybody to either participate themselves, or if the results are out, maybe we can look at the results and discuss them. That would be great. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so one of the downsides with a live 2D model is there's like limited use case for a live 2D model, because you can't use a live 2D model in you can't use it in VR. So you can't apply full body tracking to it like the way that you can with a 3D model. You can have a full body live 2D model. You can make it wiggle and like let the whole thing be animated, but you're not going to achieve the same like full body tracking that you can with a 3D model. Like, for example, my hands move. They move like my hands are moving in real life because I have hand tracking. If I had my VR stuff set up, I could move my whole body, and I have full body tracking, so my model would move as my whole body moves. And my model can be brought into VR games, so when I'm playing a VR game and I'm streaming that, you can see my actual model in the VR game, in the VR environment. So that's a really great thing about 3D models that you just cannot achieve with a live 2D model, because that's just not how live 2D models work. It's a two-dimensional thing. You can do hand tracking with live 2D, but you have to be insane to try. I think the effort of trying to do even hand tracking with a live 2D model, I think, would not be worth the effort. It'd be more efficient use of time to just make a 3D model at that point, if it's only the top half. So yeah, that's one of the great benefits of a 3D model. Other than that, I think, yeah, a 3D model can be used in VR, has full body tracking, blah, blah, blah. Oh, I think, yeah, and with a live 2D model, there's limited posing. You're only gonna have as many posing options as the artist and rigger made for you. So if you want a lot of different poses and a lot of different animations for your 2D model, the cost for that can get very high, because it's a lot of work to draw the art and animate all of those different poses in a live 2D model. A 3D model is way easier to pose, because the whole body already exists in 3D space. So if you just use a program that can pose a 3D model, you can very easily pose 3D models. And there's so many programs that can do that. There's Blender, there's MMD, Miku Miku Dance. That's a very popular program. And you can easily animate the model. Like, even if you yourself don't know how to animate, there are a lot of pre-made animations out there that you're allowed to use for free, that you can use with Blender or Miku Miku Dance, and you can make your model, you can animate your model very easily with those free open animations. Usually, as long as you credit the animation source, you are free to use animations for MMD and stuff like that. Oh, thank you, Jen. She's working on the results. Okay, well, we'll keep an eye on that, and whoever's interested in seeing the results for that can save the link and check out the results for that. Maybe we can talk about that on another night on another stream. I'll say the main issue with 3D VTubing is how bad the tracking software is compared to VTube Studio. I disagree with that. I believe that you can achieve just as good 3D tracking, with just as good tracking with 3D as 2D. But I think achieving really good facial tracking for 2D and 3D is that's a cost. Achieving high quality tracking is just going to be a cost. Like 3D models actually can achieve really good facial tracking. I have pretty good facial tracking, actually. You can see when my eyes blink, my model blinks. I have really good eyebrow tracking. When I raise my eyebrows and make my eyes go wide, my model's very reactive to that. My model can react to me like puffing out my cheeks, sticking out my tongue, and like moving my mouth, like subtle mouth movements. But it was a lot of time and effort to set my model up to do that, but it is something that can be achieved with 3D modeling, and you can't achieve, I don't think all of that subtlety can necessarily be achieved with live 2D models. At least, I haven't seen a live 2D model achieve this same level of, like, facial tracking, but maybe I just don't have a lot of experience looking at live 2D models, which is totally possible. Attach motion tracking balls to your teeth and eyelids. VTube Studio is just so much easier to use. You can instantly add rig stuff to the model. Oh, I see what you mean. Is like adding objects to the model. Yeah, you can't easily add things to a model that's a 3D model because everything has to be attached to the model and rigged for a 3D model. As opposed to live 2D, because everything's just a 2D illustration, you can just slap stuff on top of live 2D models. Yeah, and I think that's pretty much everything that I wanted to go over for live, or for 2D models versus 3D models. I will say, though, because Vroid is a free program, there actually are a lot of Vroid artists out there that make Vroid models, and a lot of Vroid models actually tend to be cheaper than live 2D models, but it's just very dependent on the artists that you find, because there are both cheap and expensive artists on both sides of 2D and 3D. Just remember that Vroid models are kind of limited. There was this discussion going around on Twitter just yesterday, I think. Jusagi-chan on Twitter did a poll asking if people preferred live 2D, if they preferred 2D models or 3D models, and somehow overwhelmingly the two highest options were 2D models or it doesn't matter. But I think I saw some extra discussion underneath the poll results that I think 3D models get a lot of kind of flack in the community because so many of the people using 3D models are using Vroid models, and a lot of Vroid models are, I'm gonna say, they're not high quality Vroid models, because a lot of people using Vroid models are just making a model real quick to use for VTubing. Like, they didn't have the time to like really make the Vroid model super good, or like their artistic skills, they don't have a lot of artistic skills. And I'm not trying to put those people down. I'm not trying to put them down. I'm just saying that, like, that's a lot of people's exposure to Vroid models, are people using them, but they weren't able to put a lot of time into the Vroid model. So I think that gives a lot of people a negative view towards 3D models, because so many of the 3D models they see aren't high quality ones. Just because there are just not as many high quality 3D models out there in the VTubing community compared to 2D, because as I was saying, so many more professional level live 2D artists out there doing work for the VTubing community, as opposed to the very small number of people making high quality 3D models. And I don't want to say that Vroid models can't be really good looking. There are really great Vroid models out there in the VTubing community, but there are only so many people out there making them, so there's only so many people using them. It's just tough. Please just consider what you want to do with your model when deciding whether or not you want a 2D or a 3D one. That should be the most important thing on the forefront of your mind, is what do you want to do with the model. I mean, if you have the skills or the money or the time, you can have both. You can have a 2D model and a 3D model and use them for different things. But a lot of people can generally only have the time or money for one. So if you only have the time and money for one and you really want a model, please just consider what is it that you want to use the model for. Like, what do you plan on doing with it throughout the stream? A question I got 17 minutes ago is, how much does a 3D model cost? Cheap, medium, fancy? That's a great question. So obviously this can vary very greatly, because this is all about what the artists are charging. Because there's so few 3D model artists though, there's actually a huge variation in the price, because sometimes I see a lot of people who make great 3D models out there, and they're like really undercharging themselves. I think they're undercharging themselves because they're making Vroid models, but if you make a decent Vroid model, you can charge a decent amount. I think a lot of people are undercharging themselves for their 3D models, which I think is a shame, because I don't know. I just think that you should be paid fairly for the work that you're doing, and you can there are a lot of 3D model artists out there that can charge more. I've seen some 3D models go for as cheap as, like, there's some people out there making like Vroid models for like $70. I think I actually saw a YouTube video once where someone was they went on Fiverr and tried to get like 3 different price tiers of like models made for VTubing. I think it was like Dog VA on YouTube. And he literally went on Fiverr, found someone who would make him a VTuber avatar for like $5, and what he got back was just like an absolutely just like super fast cheapo Vroid model that was like not great. So I've seen it as cheap as $5, but you're not gonna get a good product for that. Yeah, so I've seen some people make some Vroid models for like $70, and I think usually the people charging that much are just like not confident in their work. Sometimes some work is probably maybe $70 worth of effort, like maybe they actually aren't spending that much time on it. But I've also seen some people make some like really good models in Vroid and only charge themselves like $200 something. I definitely those prices I think are on the cheaper ends. But I think a lot of the people who are making cheap models are like definitely undercharging themselves. I've seen some like good medium tier models go for like $500, $600, $700. I've seen a few artists charging that much. I say that's like mid-tier pricing for a 3D model. And usually the people charging that much, their models are definitely worth that price point. That shows that they're confident in their work, and usually if they're confident in their work, there's reason that they are. $200 not enough. Sometimes $200 is enough. It's really dependent on the artist though. Because it's a Vroid model, it's not like they really have to model a ton of scratch, so it's going to be kind of down to how much time are they spending on the actual texturing of the Vroid model. Some really expensive models can get real expensive, especially if it's from a professional modeler who's like modeling from scratch. Those can easily go over $1,000, and that's just to start with. How much does a 3D modeler as talented as you charge for 3D model commission? Okay, so if we're going for my prices, like the way I personally price,
I would say I'm like an intermediate modeler. I don't model my models from scratch, but I do a lot of custom modeling work in Blender. Like I do make new stuff from scratch in Blender to add to models. And I do a lot of texturing and rigging and special stuff like that. And like I do special effects for models too, and custom facial expressions and stuff like that. So I would say I recently raised my prices because I did realize that I was actually spending a lot more time on models than I thought I would be. I would say my models usually start at, if it's like on the simpler end for designs, I would say like maybe around 400, 500. I would say a mid tier model for expenses, I think that's usually going to be around like maybe like 800, 900 now at this point. And like a really high-end model with like a lot of bells and whistles, I'd definitely be charging like over 1,000. The price is basically just going to be extremely dependent on how many bells and whistles and stuff are they asking for on this model. I'd probably say the average for like a really high-end model with a lot of bells and whistles from me would be like 1200 to 1500 maybe. Yeah. VTubing and vtweeting. So I was kind of talking about this a little bit earlier when I was like trying to define VTubing, and to reiterate, I define VTubing as representing yourself with a virtual avatar and creating content. And I've been actually seeing like a little bit of discussion and debate in the VTubing community as to whether people who are calling themselves VTubers but do nothing but tweet, whether they should be considered VTubers. And I've also seen the term like vtweeter rolling or like floating around, where that's what people are referring to people who are tweeting only as, but like with an avatar. I don't think that there's nothing wrong with just having fun representing yourself as a virtual avatar and then tweeting. It's kind of like a form of role playing a little bit in a way, you know. Yeah, my definition of a VTweeter is someone whose primary form of content is in the form of tweets. But I will say that I think it's fine. Like it's okay. I believe that tweets and like making posts on social media is a form of content creation. And I think it's a completely valid form of content creation. I think most of us are probably familiar with the very famous Twitter account Drill, right? Like I consider Drill a content creator. So I consider VTweeters content creators. And someone was like, well, I don't think we should use the term VTubing for people who are VTweeters. And I don't particularly care about the science of terms or something like that. I just don't think that people should look down on VTweeters just because they don't make the same content as we do. And their content might not necessarily be as time consuming, but if people are enjoying their content, I don't think that anyone has any right to say what content people should be making or should be enjoying. I think that's like a kind of silly form of gatekeeping, and I don't think that there's any real standard that a VTuber is required to meet other than like be a decent person. I will give them credit. I have no idea how the F they can tweet so much. My brain is too small to think of that many tweets. Yeah, I can't think of that many tweets. Like, making social media posts and, like, gaining popularity from that and having people interact with your tweets, that's still a skill. It's a different skill than, like, streaming or making videos, but it's still a skill and a form of content creation. And I don't think people should look down on that. Debut TBA VTweeters are only a problem because they are the ones starting the drama every time. Oh man, I'm not really familiar with VTubing drama, so I can't really comment on that. I'm not involved or familiar with any drama, so I can't really make comments on that. Someone asked about 12 minutes ago, what about VTubers that are primarily VTweeters, but they constantly say they will stream or make videos, etc., etc. So I don't want to like rag too much on people that say that they're going to do something but then don't, because there is a lot of legitimate reasons as to why someone wants to do something but they end up not being able to. They could be having problems with like time commitments in their real life, or like maybe they're having mental health issues, and I want to say, you know, that's like not it's like not their fault if they're running into problems like that, and that's why they can't make the content that they're intending to make. I'd say that's probably the case for probably a lot of vtweeters that are saying that they're going to stream or make videos but haven't yet, or not making nearly as much as they want to, or that people are expecting of them. But at the same time, unless you've like paid the money, even if they keep saying that they're going to and they haven't, it's not like they're not obligated to give you that content. Like, if you're not happy that you keep seeing them on your timeline and you've been wanting content from them and they're not giving you the content, well, just unfollow them. It's as simple as that. I don't think that they warrant like being harassed or being like talked down upon. Like, if you're following them because you want like videos and they're not giving that to you, then just unfollow them. Just like people aren't obligated to give you content, you're not obligated to give them your attention if you aren't getting the things that you're expecting from them, because you know, this is, in a content making community, you're never obligated to consume content that you don't want to. You're in charge of the things that you experience in your day-to-day life, to a certain extent, and it's just a much better use of your energy to find content creators that are giving you things that you like and want to consume, as opposed to like expecting something from someone else that they're not giving you and then being upset about it. We're still in approaches to VTubing. So characters versus you. So there's a lot of people, I think, when they get into VTubing, they're kind of unsure, as obviously everyone when they VTube are representing themselves with a virtual avatar, and some people's virtual avatars that they're using look a lot like their real life selves. Like my very good friend Olgenta, her avatar is basically her, but in like a 2D animated form. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. If that's the way that you want to represent yourself, that's what matters. So what matters is that you're happy with the way that you're representing yourself. And it's still like a fictional form of it because it's not your real life face, right? So it's still valid. But a lot of people are unsure as to whether or not when they VTube, like the way they represent themselves, a lot of people aren't sure if they should put on like a character or not. When I got into VTubing, I thought about it for like 5 seconds, but for me personally, putting on a persona or an exaggerated character or whatever, that would be a lot of work for me personally, and I think I would get a lot less enjoyment out of it because that would be a lot of work and effort for me. But for other people, that's really fun. If you're someone who likes to act, if you're someone who finds a lot of fun in putting on a character, then I think it's completely valid to put on a character as a VTuber. Especially if it adds to your enjoyment of the hobby. If it's something that you're doing because you feel like it gives you more privacy, because that's another degree of separation from your real life self, that's another reason to put on a character. Do it if it makes you happier, but don't do it because you feel pressured to, because you think it would make you more popular. I'm gonna keep saying this like throughout the stream. Make sure that VTubing as a hobby is the way to keep it the least stressful, is to do the things that make you happy and that you enjoy while doing it. So with this PowerPoint, I'm kind of comparing some of the pros and cons of putting on a character versus just kind of being more closer to yourself. So when you're putting on a character, you're pretty much either gonna put on you're gonna act out a specific personality, or you're gonna take your personality or some traits about you and like crank it up to 10. That's usually the way it goes. A lot of people who, especially if their VTubing personality is like an OC that they invented or like had previously and want to use for VTubing, a lot of people write lore for their VTuber. That can be a lot of fun, where you create like a backstory for your character, and sometimes maybe talk about it on stream, or like theme your stream content around your character's lore and theme. And like I was saying, it can be really fun. It's basically role-playing. So if you're someone who has a lot of fun acting out characters when you play like Dungeons and Dragons or like other similar tabletop RPGs, like maybe putting on a character would be really fun for you. And you don't have to have a character like fully thought out and planned and all together before you start VTubing. Sometimes you can kind of start out with an idea, and maybe your idea can like kind of shift or evolve over time. Like, don't feel pressured to like have a full character thought out if you want to get started sooner. Like, just like when you're playing a RPG, sometimes you might not have all of your character's backstory planned out. Sometimes you just like evolve your character over the course of playing, and I think that's something that you can do with a VTubing persona as well. Just remember, when you are putting on a character, the image and the way that you act is going to directly affect the kind of audience that you attract. So, for example, if you put on like a very sexy ara persona and like kind of flirt with your audience a little bit as part of your character, you're going to get a lot of people that are going to want to flirt back with you. And if you say that you're okay with 18 plus content, you might get people who make 18 plus content of your VTubing persona. So just make it clear the kind of things and interactions that you're comfortable with your audience, to try to prevent as many like uncomfortable situations as possible, but also consider like what is your image and content going to attract to yourself, you know? A bit of both, maybe. Like, your personality is the same, but you give an elaborate backstory to stay private. Yeah, that's another way to approach it. There's a VTuber that retired because she wasn't comfortable with how sexual her content became. Yeah, that's something you have to worry about as a VTuber. I mean, obviously, I think any content creator has to worry about that. You have to worry about, like, if you get really popular and people find you attractive, you do have to worry about people sexualizing you, whether you're a real person or a content creator. But I'm going to get into this when I get into harassment, but there are a lot of ways that you can, like, combat this. You can't always fully eliminate it, just like there's no way to fully eliminate harassment. But there are like a couple ways to combat this. But obviously, if the hobby becomes uncomfortable for you, and even if you combat these things and it's still at a level that you're not comfortable with, then please never feel pressured like you have to keep going. You can stop anytime if it becomes a bad experience for you. A real person or a content creator. Oh wait, did I say that? Sorry, I meant a real person or a VTuber with a fictional persona or whatever. Sorry, you guys know what I meant. Okay. So some the flip side of kind of just being closer to your everyone knows content creators aren't people accurate. Sorry. I didn't mean to say that. Some flip sides to this, if you want to be kind of closer to your real self, is if you're not particularly playing a part of a character, sometimes it can be more fun if you want to talk more about your personal life. Like, always consider a lot, like, how much you want to talk about your personal life. If you're not putting on a character, you don't have lore or something, it might be easier to create content or interacting with people and relating to people by talking about your actual real life, personal life. And I think it makes you feel more real when you do talk about like your actual real life. I'm someone who talks a lot about my real life experiences on stream, and I think maybe that sometimes makes me a little bit more approachable because it's like easier to see me as like a real person because I talk a lot about my real life experiences. But obviously you're never obligated to talk about your real life experience, even if you don't really want to put on a VTubing persona. If you don't want to put on a character or act, you still don't have to talk that much about your personal life. Just sometimes it can make creating content a little bit easier because it's a lot easier to like think of things to talk about when you can talk about your personal experiences, you know? But you never feel obligated like you have to. I will say though, obviously if you talk about your real life experiences and stuff, that is less privacy because you're giving up more information about yourself and your personal life. That works for some people. Some people are comfortable with that, but like I said, like, don't feel obligated to do that. You are always entitled to as much privacy as you want as a VTuber. No one is ever entitled to info that you don't want to give out. People that dox VTubers and like go searching for their personal info to like try and put it out there on the internet, that's like really messed up and really bad. It's just not cool. And I'm really sorry for anyone who's ever experienced that like attempted doxes or like their personal info being put out when they didn't want it to be, I'm really sorry. Doxing is also illegal. Yes, it's also illegal, but people do it anyways because they're just very spiteful and hateful. Very sad, but that's like in every community. Yeah, as I was saying, it's easier for people to relate to you. I think that it can also be like a really great like springboard for discussion talking about like actual things in real life, because a lot of people can relate it to their own real life experiences, you know? It's a lot harder for people to relate to like, oh, I'm a demon and I made a blood pact so that I could run red lights. That's not as relatable, but it's also still kind of fun for people to talk about. Just remember that this is also kind of plays a going back to the image that you're putting out and the things you talk about affect the type of audience you're getting. Like if you want to talk a lot about like fun, fantastical things and like fictional stories, you're eventually going to develop an audience who enjoys that. But if you talk more about your real life experiences, you're probably going to get an audience that's like more likely to talk about their personal experiences. Can't relate. If only my life had any remotely interesting to discuss. The most interesting story from when I was 3. Hey, sometimes it's just how it be. Sometimes your life is not always like crazy or exciting. But you'd be surprised at what things people find interesting and exciting in your life. You might not think that it's interesting, but some people might react differently than how you view it. Another thing though, with if you talk a lot about more of like your personal real life, or if you don't put on a character, there's kind of like less insulation. Like I was saying, when you put on a character, that's like another degree of separation between your VTubing persona and you as a real person in the real world. If you don't put on a character and you're kind of just like yourself, that's like much less insulation, you know, socially. So if people like interact with you both in a positive or a negative way, you're much more likely to take it personally because you're putting a lot of your real self into your public image that you're putting out. So when you aren't acting or role playing or putting out a fictional personality and image, you're much more likely to take things personally. This can be both good and bad. If people are complimenting you and your personality and like the content that you're making when you talk about your real life experiences, that can make you feel really good because, you know, you're happy that people are liking you like as you are. But the downside is if you do receive any form of harassment or people putting you down, you will end up taking that really personally because you are putting so much of yourself, you know, into the things that you're making, what people are consuming. So just be careful of that. Just try to make sure. I mean, I think this goes for all content creators, but you really kind of have to develop a thick skin with this sometimes. Not every interaction that you're going to have is going to be a good one, especially if you do get more popular. There's always going to be jerks out there who just want to be mean. That's just how it is. They're just mean people out there who take enjoyment in seeing other people be unhappy. Connecting your VTubing activity RL. Oh yes, so like I said before I got into VTubing, I was an artist. I have my own clothing brand, and I sold clothing at like anime conventions. So if you are comfortable like revealing more about your like actual life and you have something like art or like something outside of VTubing that you'd also like to promote, then sometimes it is more beneficial for you to kind of let yourself connect those things together with your VTubing if you want to promote the other thing that's like in your real life, you know? So it's not necessarily bad to kind of show people more of your real life side if you're using VTubing as a way to promote it. So consider that if you are kind of comfortable with that, that's a great way to promote other things outside of your VTubing. Like, I mean, it's not like I've done a ton of stuff with my clothing brand since I became a VTuber because I'm actually trying to save up money so I can do a full restock of my store. But in the future, I think if I did get more popular as a VTuber, I think this would be a great way for me to like sell more clothes eventually. So VTubing and managing goals, expectations. This is like super duper important before you actually get into VTubing because this is going to decide like how you get started, how you approach this, and so you don't like overstretch yourself, you know. Hi, welcome to the stream, Apollo. You're just in time for my discussion on managing goals and expectations. We're getting into the meat of like actually doing the work of starting VTubing. Just a reminder for anybody who kind of came to the stream late or like can't be here for the whole stream. I will be posting a VOD of this to YouTube. I'll try to edit it so it's not like crazy long, but this stream is just, I mean, I have a lot of things to say, so it's just gonna be a long stream. I hope that I'm not too like terribly rambly for everyone. I hope that I'm trying to condense a lot of information in this time that we've got. Managing goals and expectations. So this relates very closely back to the earlier discussion of hobby versus career. But even within VTubing as a hobby, everybody who's doing this as a hobby still has different goals and expectations from a hobby, right? Just like for someone who's an artist as a hobby, even artists as a hobby can have goals and expectations for their time as an artist. You can have goals for a hobby. It's totally fine. Hi, Elise, and thank you, Donut. Okay, so some of the key points I think with managing goals and expectations is so growth. If you're doing VTubing as a hobby, what kind of growth do you want to see? What are you expecting? And I need everybody to remember that the amount of time and investment that you put into your hobby is going to greatly affect the kind of growth that you're going to see. If you have the time to be making a lot of content consistently, you're going to see a lot more growth than someone who can only like stream like maybe twice a month with no schedule. If you have the time to consistently stream or post videos or what have you, you're going to see a lot more and consistent growth compared to someone not doing those things. And that's okay. That's not a 100% rule. There are obviously exceptions to this rule. There's some people who just get really lucky on social media and become popular through other things or just manage to hit it big. But generally, at least, especially in the long term, you will see more growth if you can invest a lot of time. And it's either I don't want to say you have to invest a ton of money into VTubing, because you don't. You can be successful by not investing a bunch of money into VTubing, but if you don't invest a ton of money, you're probably gonna have to invest a ton of time. Creating high quality content is an investment. Sometimes you're either gonna invest time or you're gonna invest money. Sometimes it's both, but you can't go into this expecting to make really cool stuff and seeing a lot of growth and a lot of high numbers if you're not like investing into this hobby, whether it's time or money. But like I keep telling you guys this, that VTubing should be about, especially because it's a hobby for most of the people here, you should be enjoying it. Only invest as much time and money as you feel comfortable doing. Make sure that you're happy doing so. You don't want to regret the time and money that you've spent on this as a hobby. Like, it's just really important to kind of manage your expectations. You know, even if you do put in a lot of time and money, that's not going to always immediately translate into growth or like an improvement that you can see over a short period of time. Growth is just going to be something that takes time. Truth and these tips go for just regular streamers too. Yeah, exactly. This is just general advice for regular content creators too, not just VTubers. Growth takes time, and it's not going to happen overnight. Sometimes you'll hit it. Sometimes you'll get lucky. Sometimes you randomly will see that growth, but a lot of times it's gonna be slow and it's gonna be gradual usually. But the important part is if you can stick with it, it'll happen eventually. If you can stick with it and keep going, it'll happen eventually, as long as you're doing things consistently and actually investing the time and the effort. But just remember that it's going to be really hard to last that long to see the growth if you're not enjoying it. So that should always be your number one priority, is being happy while doing this. And another thing with managing goals and expectations is adapting to change with your goals and expectations. So let's say you start VTubing, and your goal is, I would love to reach 100 followers on Twitch in my first month. try to, when you set a goal, try to use the info that you're working with to set that goal. Like, is it realistic for you to get 100 Twitch followers in 1 month if you only have like 50 followers on Twitter? Is that a realistic number? How often are you able to put out content? What is the quality of content that you're able to achieve? Like, what about you or your content is going to attract that 100 Twitch followers, right? If you don't have like a solid plan or a consistent like content creation direction that you're gonna go, getting that 100 followers in 1 month might not happen. It's gonna be really tough if that's just like a nebulous number that you thought was like a good number, but you didn't have a really good plan on how to achieve it, you know? I think that's like a thing in the business world where they're gonna set goals. A good manager is gonna have a plan to like actually achieve those goals and like direct the employees on things to do to achieve it. A bad manager is just gonna give you that goal and tell you to go wild and do it. But if they don't have a plan, that's bad management. And that's kind of like how it goes for a VTubing career is. If you do have a specific goal that you want to reach, you've really got to think about, is it realistic and how can you achieve it? And your goals can change, and maybe you thought that your first goal was a good realistic goal and you had a plan, but sometimes even if those things happen, things don't always fall into place and you don't necessarily reach that goal. And I don't think that's a reason to get discouraged, you know, because everyone grows at a different pace. Everybody's career as a content creator is not going to be the same. We don't all walk the same road. Just because you see someone else grow really fast doesn't mean you're going to be able to do the same thing. It's not helpful to compare yourself to other people. I think the only really helpful, productive way to compare yourself to other people is finding people that inspire you. Figuring out what is it that they're doing, what is it about them that inspires you, and obviously don't like copy another content creator. Don't just like copy them like action for action or make the same content as them exactly just because you like it or think that's the way to success. But find like the essence of what you enjoy about a content creator that makes you consume their content. See if it's something that you can apply to your own style of content creation, or like things that they're doing that maybe you can do that you think would kind of help improve your content creation, or like maybe improve engagement, you know? For example, like scheduling. Like maybe you originally didn't have any schedules for your stream. You were just streaming whenever, and you're noticing that another streamer that you follow regularly does like schedules, and they're seeing more growth than you. Maybe you could adopt like doing schedules. And that's just an example, obviously, you know? You don't have to do the same things as other people just because they're more successful than you. Maybe you're not able to do schedules because, maybe you have a real life job where that's unpredictable, or you don't have enough free time to regularly make a schedule. Never feel bad about that. Only do the things that are within your reach that you're able to do. The hard fact is that you're not gonna be able to commit the same amount of time and effort as some other people just because you've got other time commitments, you know? And that's okay. Just try to match your goals to the things that you're able to do, you know? Is this a VTube info or live info stream? Sorry, I mean a lot of people who are getting into VTubing or are new to it just might not be familiar with these ideas or thoughts because they're new to content creation in general. And I think this is important info for anybody who's getting into VTubing and content creation. I think this is like, I don't want to say it's good advice because that feels like I'm complimenting myself, but I think this is like pretty basic advice that I see a lot, and I think it's beneficial to talk about it. Imagine having a IRL job could be me. Okay. So, now that we've got that out of the way, now that you've decided, like, what are your goals as a VTuber, what are you expecting out of this hobby? Oh, actually, wait, no, before we actually move on to this, I think another thing that I wanted to talk about goals that I forgot to make a bullet point for is, what do you, as a person, want out of this VTubing hobby? And I know I talked about numbers before, but, this is helpful in general for trying to build a following on any platform. I guess it is. I mean, I was an artist before VTubing, so I guess that is something to consider with all of the advice that I'm giving tonight. Is a lot of my experience is built off of my experience as an artist and running a business as an artist. So I guess that's a thing to think about where I come from with a lot of my viewpoints. So another thing to think about is, what do you specifically want out of this hobby? Like, ignore all the numbers, ignore followers, ignore numbers and growth, ignore all that. What do you want to see out of what you're doing as a VTuber? So some examples is, I know there are a lot of people that get into VTubing for social reasons. They want to meet new people, make new friends, play games with other people in the VTubing community. I think that's an absolutely great goal to have as a VTuber, is to make friends and building a community and interacting with people. I think that's great. Some people are in it because they want to make money as a streamer. There's also absolutely nothing wrong with that. Some people are in it because it's just it's fun for them to play games and they just want to enjoy themselves playing games with an avatar or playing a character, and they want to kind of like develop a good performance. Those are just some examples of things that people like to do as VTubers, like why they get into VTubing. And I think when you get into VTubing, and you're starting to kind of develop your goals, I think that's something you should really put thought into. Like, what is it that you want to get out of VTubing that isn't numbers? Like, what is the actual thing that you want out of it? Because I think that's really going to change not only your goals, but how you approach VTubing and the things you want to do as a VTuber. And I want you also to consider, like, examine the thing that you're trying to achieve as a VTuber. And I'm not doing this to like discourage people from VTubing or put people down, but like, what are other ways that you can achieve that like thing that you want to do that isn't VTubing? Because you can still try to do it through VTubing, but there's also stuff you can do outside of VTubing to do that. For example, socially, if you're trying to just make friends through VTubing, play games with people through VTubing, you don't necessarily have to do that solely through like streaming and trying to build a community through VTubing. You can join someone else's community. There's nothing wrong with that. There are so many people that have found friends and socialize through other people's communities, like through Discord servers or chatting with other people in stream. Like, you don't have to do it specifically having people approach you as a VTuber. There's a lot of different ways to socialize with people. And so like, even if you don't like hit big numbers as a VTuber, if your goal is to just socialize with people and make friends, you don't have to reach big numbers to do that. You can, as long as you put yourself out there, gradually become more active in like specific communities and socialize with people, those things will come to you without you needing to reach like big VTubing goals, you know? If you want to make money, like I was saying before, you can combine VTubing with other skills that you have. Like, I make money making 3D models. I make much more money making 3D models than I do through VTubing activity alone. You can do that. You don't have to solely rely on VTubing and that form of content creation by itself to achieve these goals. VTubing can be a very useful tool to supplement these goals. Yeah, so that's just something that I wanted to talk about when you're managing your goals and expectations. Like, you should keep the core goal in mind as to why you wanted to get into VTubing in the first place. If you don't even know exactly why you want to get into VTubing in the first place, give it some thought. And sometimes you might not even figure that out even after thinking about it, but after you start VTubing, maybe you'll find some facets of it that you're enjoying, and then you can kind of make that your goal and do that. Using VTubing to explore new skills is fun. Yeah, exactly, Apollo. Maybe in the course of beginning to VTube, you start learning new goals. You can change your goals and expectations to adapt to the things that you're learning and enjoying. For sure. Okay, let's go. Oh, and obviously adapting to change also applies. Like, if suddenly your numbers do blow up, feel free to change your goals to shoot higher than you are. That's totally fine too. Okay, so now let's get into the nasty stuff. Let's get into budget. So, yeah, so as I was saying before, decide this, like, this is going to really come down to your goals as a VTuber, right? Decide this not only based on your income. Like, just because you've got like $1,000 to spend of like money that you don't need to pay your bills, doesn't mean that you should spend that a whole $1,000 on VTubing. Think about, like, obviously, as I was saying before, what is your goal with VTubing? And how can you achieve that? What is a realistic way to achieve that without diving in too hard and too fast into this hobby? Because VTubing can get very expensive. Like, if you want all the bells and whistles, models can be very expensive if you want a high quality one and you want to pay an artist for one. If the graphics, if you can't make your own graphics, then you have to pay a graphics artist to make your graphics. If you want nice looking graphics and stream overlays and stuff, there's a lot of bells and whistles that you can have, but you don't necessarily need. And it can cost a lot of money if you can't make it yourself. And even if you can make some of these things yourself, like, it's still a lot of time and effort to make them yourself. So you also have to think about, like, how much time am I willing to invest into this hobby? Like, what is the trade-off of the time and effort versus how happy I think this will make me? And another thing, just because you have higher quality, more expensive stuff, that's not always going to directly translate into faster growth or bigger numbers. Like, it just doesn't. There are many, many people out there who have dropped, like, hundreds and hundreds of dollars or maybe even thousands of dollars on stuff for VTubing. But just because you have that stuff doesn't mean it's going to translate into faster growth or bigger numbers, because a lot of content creation also plays a part, or a lot of content creation is, what is the content that you're actually creating, and how are you using the things that you have? Are you using them effectively? Is the content that you're creating consistent? Are you interacting with people properly and utilizing social media properly to actually show off all of these nice things you have? If you're just because you show off nice things, you might get some great engagement on social media, but that doesn't translate. I keep saying this, but just because you have a high social media following doesn't necessarily translate into Twitch numbers or YouTube subscriptions. It's all about the actual content itself there and how effectively you can redirect people from your social medias to the content you want them to consume. And yeah, part of when you're budgeting is time and money. If you don't want to spend a ton of money, chances are you're going to be spending a lot of time. If you don't want to spend a lot of time, chances are you're going to be spending a lot of money. Sometimes it's going to be both. Just put a lot of consideration into how much time do you have to devote to this hobby? How much money do you want to spend Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Hello. So yeah, just put a lot of consideration in how much time and money that you're going to put into this hobby. And not only should it be like in proportion to the goals that you have and the things you want to achieve, but like try to remember that you never have to rush into this. A lot of people want to go hard and fast in this. They want shiny things, they want cooler things, and they want it now. But a lot of people have spent money and time on VTubing as a hobby, and some people have already stopped VTubing. I've heard a lot about people who've gotten into VTubing, spent money and time on VTubing, but they've already retired as a VTuber because I guess they either maybe they didn't have time anymore, or they didn't enjoy the process of creating content, or whatever other life circumstances. Just make sure when you're spending the time and the money on this hobby that it's actually worth it for you. Like you don't want to regret anything, right? Like, you don't want to spend the time and the money just because you think you have to. You want to do it because the things that you're getting out of it are making you happy. Like, when you spend money on a nice model, like, don't spend the money on the nice model because you think you need to have a nice model. Do it because you like looking at that model, like you're happy receiving that model, and you really feel like the model is truly worth the money because the model itself is making you happy for the amount of money that you're spending on it. So that's a really important thing with budgeting, is don't feel obligated. Do it because it's making you happy. The things that you're receiving are making you happy, not because you think you need it. All right, so next up, let's talk about equipment. So I think a lot of people, especially for people who haven't gotten to VTubing and are interested in stuff, might not necessarily like know all of the stuff that they're gonna need. Oh, this is good advice. Oh, thank you, Cactus Buns. So a lot of people might not necessarily be sure what they need, what's necessary for VTubing, and thank you for the follow. So here's like the really basic stuff to get started. So obviously, the content that you create, you're not gonna need all of this stuff. The things that you need are gonna be really dependent on the kind of content you're trying to make. But here's some of the basic stuff. So obviously, if you want to stream, you need streaming software. There's a lot of really great free streaming softwares out there. OBS is very popular. That's a great streaming program. There's a variant of it called Streamlabs OBS that's used in conjunction with the Streamlabs website, so you can kind of add like extra stuff that's connected to your Streamlabs account. So stuff like a personal donation page, or like special widgets that are exclusive to Streamlabs, or like some extra features that Streamlabs has that they put in their version of OBS, stuff like that. There's XSplit, that's another one. I would do your own personal research on what each of these programs like are capable of. Not every program is going to be the same for each person, you know, like the things they do. Not everybody needs the same things, you know. Not everybody wants the same things. So just kind of do your own personal research. I'm just like naming these so you guys kind of have like a springboard to like look up on Google if you're not already familiar. Plan B, make your own streaming software. Oh man, that would be crazy. Another thing obviously is, I can't think of how much content creation you could really do without a computer. I think most people have a computer. But if you don't have a computer and you're like watching this on a phone or whatever, and you do want to get into content creation, especially as a VTuber, you're probably gonna need a computer. Actually, I can't think of a possible way to do it without a computer, because even if you have a phone, actually, wait, no, I think it is possible. I think there is some like software on phones for model streaming, but honestly, that sounds like absolute hell trying to create content with a phone only. Yeah, I think you can stream through your phone, but it sounds like way more difficult. And you're gonna be really limited in the stuff that you can do if you only have a phone. Oh my goodness, Trainer! Thank you so much for the sub! Aw, thank you! I really appreciate it. Oh yeah, that's a Prime sub, thank you! Yeah, you can do it, but you'll just be really limited in the stuff that you're going to be able to do if you're streaming from a phone. You can't, yeah, like, yeah. I feel like it's pretty obvious what you'll be limited to. Like, you can't do everything streaming through a phone that you can on a computer. Like, you're not going to be able to set up really fancy stream stuff. You're not going to be able to stream games that you would be able to stream with a computer, stuff like that. Yeah, stuff that you need a computer for. Video editing, if you want to make videos or edit VODs or make clips. Although I think you can make clips of Twitch streams. Anyways, okay, let's move on. So, microphone's pretty important. If you are someone who is going to be streaming solely through a phone, I guess you can use like your headphone or headset mic, or the phone mic. But for most people, okay, the rest of this discussion is going to be with the assumption that you are going to be streaming with a computer. If you are streaming, you're going to need, well, you don't need a mic. There are actually a lot of people that stream with mic off. There are mute streamers out there. So, if you are uncomfortable speaking out loud, you don't want to speak to people with your voice, because there are people who aren't comfortable doing that. There are mute streamers out there that don't have a microphone or stream with mic off. You're totally allowed to do that, and please don't feel obligated to like get a microphone and talk out loud if that makes you uncomfortable. As I keep saying, it all comes down to comfort. If you want to VTube, you want to do it because it makes you happy, and so you're going to try to approach it in the way that's most comfortable for you. Yeah, there's people who don't use a mic, or people that use text-to-speech, or like just type out text. It's totally valid. But if you are someone that does want to speak out loud on stream, then you should get a microphone. And there are a lot of people that when people first get into streaming content creation and they either start out with like a kind of not really great quality mic, and that's totally fine. Like, you don't need to spend a ton of money to start content creation. But when you do want to eventually upgrade, your setup and you want a higher quality microphone, please, please, please do a little bit of looking around. A lot of people will recommend you expensive brands like Razer or like Blue Yeti. But I'm telling you guys that you can achieve great microphone quality, like decent microphone quality that's like comparable to those high-end like name brands, but like aren't nearly as expensive. Like, I would say that my microphone quality is not bad. Like, you guys would say that my microphone quality is like pretty decent, right? Like, at least I think it's pretty decent. It's definitely a lot better than my older, cheaper mic that I had. My old mic that I had before this was like okay, and I spent like about $30 on that on Amazon. You would actually be really surprised to know that my current microphone, it came with the mic, it came with a pop filter, and it came with a what do you call it? A microphone mount. It came with a microphone desk mount, like a decent microphone desk mount. And I only paid let me see if I can find the Amazon purchase so I can give you guys the exact price. I paid $58.29 for this whole thing. That's including tax. Like, you don't have to spend $100 on a decent quality mic. Like, if you kind of just like look around, you can find some good stuff at a price that doesn't break the bank. Just do a little bit of research. Just do a little bit of time and research, and you'll find some decent stuff out there. If you're unsure, if you're like kind of scared of the quality, lots of people do reviews on YouTube or Amazon showing actual usage of the product, so you can actually get a feel for like, okay, what is the actual audio quality like on this mic. Same thing goes for webcams. You don't have to get like an expensive high-end webcam for decent face tracking, especially for a live 2D model. So yeah, same thing goes with that. Just do a little bit of research. Don't immediately go for the first brand someone recommends you. Just do a little bit of research. There's some decent cameras out there that don't cost a ton of money. I use an iPhone for my tracking, because iPhone has the really good facial tracking to track like the. Oh, hey, Hitsuji! Hi! Thanks for coming. iPhone has the software built into it for, like, the really good facial tracking that lets me do stuff like stick out my tongue and puff out my cheeks and do a surprise face and, like, blah, 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 blah. But, that's something that's an investment I made because I think that 3D facial tracking is really fun, and I really liked it, and I was really proud to get that working on my model. So yeah, but like never feel obligated to get that stuff. Do it because you think it's cool and you like it. So here's some softwares that are out there for when you do have a model. There's a bunch of different ones. There's a lot of different model softwares out there. I haven't used every single model software out there, especially ones for live 2D, because I have a 3D model, not a 2D model. So I'm going to be way more experienced giving feedback on these 3D softwares than I am 2D. But some 2D software is VTube Studio. VTube Studio, I think, is the most popular for face tracking and streaming 2D models. I think it's got some cool features, like you can like pin objects to a model. So like if you wanted to stick a hat on your model, for example, you can do that, and like the hat will move with your live 2D model, which is really cool. I wish that was something that I could do with 3D software, but I don't think there's any 3D software that does that. There's FaceRig. I don't know a lot about FaceRig. Daishima says don't use FaceRig. So I don't think a lot of people use FaceRig, so there's probably a reason behind that. There's PRPR Live. I think Jen, my good friend Olgenta, used PRPR Live before she moved on to VTube Studio. That's another option for you. A lot of programs are usually free, but there's premium features that you can pay for. I don't really know the ins and outs for these 2D softwares though, so if anyone has anything they want to say about those programs, feel free to type it in chat, and will be in the VOD. For 3D, for people who want to use a 3D model, there's VC Face. VC Face is great because it's free. You can do a lot of really cool stuff with VC Face. The only good thing about Face Rig is default models that they allow people to use if you edit, from what I hear. I see. Shark Pogs in the chat. So yeah, VC Face is free. VC Face is also really... The great thing about VC Face is you can do a lot of extra stuff with 3D models and VC Face, like extra stuff in the program, like 3D rooms and camera angles and special effects and stuff like that, and animations. I'm still learning a lot about VC Face, but I've gotten some stuff to work. Like I've gotten 3D rooms and customized lighting and etc. to work. So that's a cool thing about VC Face. But sometimes it can be tough to getting it to where you want to because it has so many features. So it's not... It's like... But I still recommend it. I still recommend it, especially because it's free. VTube Studio is probably the best tracking for 2D right now. Okay, so that's good feedback from Jen, because I know Jen has used PRPR Live and VTube Studio, so she's got a preference for VTube Studio. That makes sense, because I do see a lot of people using it. So back to 3D. Another program is Leppit for 3D models. That's the program that I use most of the time for when I'm just doing these streams where I'm talking to people and I'm not doing full body tracking. It's got really great hand tracking. The hand tracking in Leppit's really good. And it has support for the really fancy base tracking for 3D models like what I have. And it does a decent job of rendering models. The only thing is Leppit is a paid program. I think if to buy the license for Leppit, I can't remember the price off the top of my head. I think Daishima bought it recently, so maybe Daishima remembers the price for the license off the top of his head. It's not crazy expensive, but I mean, it's more expensive than free, so, you know, $60? Wow, I didn't remember it being that expensive, but I guess it is. But it does have really good hand tracking, so if you are somebody that wants hand tracking and you invest in Elite Motion, which is the thing that you're going to use for hand tracking most of the time for VTubing, because it's just like the easiest, most straightforward way to do hand tracking, Leppit's a really great program for that. The hand tracking is pretty solid. Another program is a program called Suva. I believe Suva is short for Stream Your Virtual Avatar. Suva's kind of weird though, because so most of the 3D model programs for 3D VTubing avatars is made for VRM. That's the file type of the 3D model for most 3D VTuber model avatars. But Suva's kind of weird in that it uses a different kind of file type. Suva models are more closer to the file format that VR chat avatars use. So if you have a VR chat avatar, you think you can actually very easily convert it to use with Suva. So that's an option if you are someone who already has a VR chat model, or like you want a VR chat model. You can get a VR chat model and have it converted into a model that can be used with Suva. I don't know exactly how much work it takes to convert a model from a VR chat model to a Suva model though, so that would be something that you'll have to kind of spend some time and effort like doing, or finding somebody who will do it for you. My only issue with Leppit's hand tracking is that you have to clip it to your shirt. Yeah, that is a downside of Leppit hand tracking. VC Face also has support for Leppit hand tracking, but you can put it on the table or above you, I think, and on your shirt. It has more options. How do we add a shark pog emote? I'm out of emote slots, actually. I think I can only add more emotes if I get like a browser plugin and add more emotes through that. I don't know though. I'm kind of lazy. Oh, and another option for streaming a 3D avatar that I'm familiar with is 3Teen. I use 3Teen when I'm showcasing my 3D models because it has like a bunch of animations built into it, like dancing animations and some other like cool animations like walking, running, and some fun motions and poses built into it. So it's like a very, very easy, instant way to animate and pose 3D models and have them like render nicely without me having to like convert them into another file type and put it into another program or whatever. So that's why I use it. The only some of the nice things about 3teen is you can put in a custom background. I believe you can add props to it if you've got like 3D model files. You can add like some props to 3teen, and it's got like a bunch of like built-in visual effects. I would say the main downside to 3teen is I don't think it has support for like full fancy facial tracking for 3D models, and the default resolution for it I think is like 720p. If you want a higher resolution, you have to pay for a license for 3teen. I think those are the main downsides to 3teen. Yeah. So those are some softwares. Those are kind of just some suggestions. This is obviously not an exhaustive list of all of the softwares that you can use to like stream a model, but those are just the ones that I knew off the top of my head when I made this PowerPoint. Feel free to do your own research. Okay, let's move on to more stuff about equipment. So if you're someone who does want a 3D model and you want to do stuff in VR, or you're interested in getting into VR, here's some like some VR equipment suggestions. There's the Oculus Rift. The Oculus Rift is like a good mid-tier VR headset. Vive, I think, is like top-tier headset out on the market right now in terms of quality, but it's also the most expensive. So just keep that in mind. Oculus is kind of like a decent mid-tier. I don't really know a lot about like the super low-end cheap VR headsets, to be honest. But Oculus, the Oculus brand, does have the Oculus Quest. The really great thing about the Quest is oh yeah, another thing to mention actually with VR equipment is VR games take a lot of resources from your computer. So if you want to effectively not only run the VR games but stream them well, you're gonna need a decently powerful PC to do this without like things crashing or like getting a lot of frame drops or lag. I don't know, I say the Valve Index is... I actually don't have a lot of experience with the Valve, so I actually... Dang, I don't know how I managed to forget to list the Valve Index, but the Valve Index is one that I hear a lot of good things about. I think the Vive is more expensive than the Index. I've just never had any experience with the Index, so I can't compare. If you're someone that doesn't have a powerful PC and you can't afford a powerful PC, but you still want to get into VR, the Oculus Quest is a great option, because the Quest actually... if I understand this correctly, the Oculus Quest doesn't require a PC. Like, it does not require a PC. So you can play, some VR games. I should mention this. You can only stream some VR games with an Oculus Quest, not all of them. So I have a few meme tier $2,000 plus. So I'm using at the moment for a VTuber streaming. The Index is like 1K LL. Using Index as well. The Index is 1K, but it's probably... Oh, okay, so the Index and the Vive are about the same price at this point. But yeah, for any VR streaming, other than like if you're using the Quest, you're gonna need a decently powerful machine. Another recommendation from me is if you want to start doing like fancier stuff with your stream, a second monitor is actually, maybe even if you don't want to do fancy stuff, but if you just want to make sure your stream's not super scuffed, having a second monitor is super, super helpful, because when you have a second monitor, you can still have all of your main stuff running in the main monitor, but you can also monitor your stream and your chat much more easily if you have a second monitor to look at it through. That's what I do. Or I don't technically have actually, I technically got a second monitor because I just got myself a TV today, but the TV is for like only certain use cases. If I had actually gotten my stream setup that I had planned for tonight working properly, I would have been using my TV as a second monitor. I'm kind of a goofball, and I use my drawing tablet as a second monitor because my drawing tablet is a display drawing tablet. Like, it's got its own screen, so I use that as my second monitor. But the index is absolutely amazing finger tracking like crazy good if you have your avatar rigged for a superheater. Yeah. I actually use index controllers. I've never used the index headset, but I do use the index controllers. I highly recommend the index controllers if you're gonna use VR, if you want finger tracking when you're using your 3D model in VR. And I'd also like to let people know that gaming monitors are like super expensive. I got a TV that's like a really good sized TV for like the same price as like a gaming monitor. And like if you're not planning on like this alternate monitor doesn't have to be like a high-end, highly responsive gaming monitor that's like curved or whatever. Like if your second monitor is just going to be used mostly for like streaming purposes, like to monitor or just to be able to see things on a second screen, like you don't need an expensive gaming monitor. You can literally just get like a TV that's whatever size is most convenient for you, and it'll be like way cheaper than a gaming monitor. Daishima recommends a $80 1080p IPS display from Amazon. Yeah, you don't have to shell out money on like an expensive gaming monitor, especially if you're mostly planning to just use this monitor for like gaming setup. I had a second monitor but refused to work on Windows 10. My TV doesn't want to work either. Oh, I'm sorry, Rexy. Speaking of monitors, what do they usually plug into? Like an HDMI port or a USB port or... yeah, usually if you have a monitor, I have a desktop. Your desktop is usually going to have like multiple ports that you can connect your monitors to. Usually like an HDMI port or there's the newer kind of port that's on a lot of PCs now is called DisplayPort. And you can just connect monitors to those ports in your PC tower. If you have a laptop, your laptop probably has an HDMI slot on your laptop. You can plug the HDMI cord from your laptop to your monitor. Streaming with a laptop is going to be it's also totally cool and valid. As long as you have the HDMI port, you can have a second monitor connected to your laptop. DisplayPort isn't newer, it's just that newer monitors are going to be using DisplayPort. Ah, really? Okay, interesting. Yeah, there's no reason to spend over $100 on a second monitor. The laptop will burn. The laptop's not necessarily going to burn just because you're using a second monitor. If you've got a decent laptop and the things you're not doing are intensive, displaying stuff on a second screen isn't inherently a crazy intensive thing for a laptop. It's just dependent on what you're doing on that second screen, you know, right? Like if you're running 2 different games at the same time using that second monitor, then yeah, that'd be intense. But if you just have like 2 internet windows up on 2 different monitors, or you just have your streaming software up on one monitor and like an internet window on the other monitor, that's not as bad. Okay. Oh, phone. I already talked about a phone, but phone is actually a great way. It's like a great alternative to a camera if you're looking to upgrade your face tracking. But yeah, like instead of getting like just a crazy expensive webcam, if you want like high-end facial tracking, an iPhone is probably your best bet. I think the advanced facial tracking is on anything that's on the iPhone X or higher. That's where the I can't remember what it's called Perfect Sync, but there's also like another name for it. I can't remember what it is off the top of my head though. Oh, like AR kit, that's what it's called. The iPhone AR kit. That's what lets you do those goofy emoji faces on like those iPhone apps that like everybody was going wild over when the iPhone X first released. That's the software that does the advanced facial tracking. So if you want really nice facial tracking, iPhone is probably your best bet for that. I wonder if it is cheaper to buy the iPads that have it. I have absolutely no idea what the cost of an iPad versus an older model of iPhone is, so that's just the research you guys are gonna have to do. I got my iPhone that I use for my facial tracking. I got a used one, so it was a lot cheaper than buying it new, so I saved a lot of money that way. Oh yeah, the Animojis, that's what they were called. Thank you, Donut. And some more equipment is a Stream Deck. I think maybe not everybody here might be familiar with what a Stream Deck is. A Stream Deck is it's basically just like a pad full of buttons. that you can program to act as hotkeys for your streaming software, and probably also other things. I don't have a Stream Deck, so I don't know exactly all the ins and outs of it. But it's basically like an easy way when you're streaming to transition to either different scene setups in your streaming software or make specific things happen in your stream, like playing a certain animation or playing a sound effect or whatever. It's just a way to more easily add and like do stuff with your stream. But it's not necessary. A lot of people hype stream decks, and I think stream decks are really cool and useful. But if you want to set up hotkeys, and you don't want to shell out like that $100 or more on a stream deck, like you can just set up hotkeys on your keyboard. Obviously, this has like some limits to it because of the keys you're trying to use are being used in a game or for other software or something. Sometimes you'll get some weird interactions with that. I use the numpad for most of my hotkeys for my stuff. Like, I use my numpad keys to make my expressions for my model. All of my custom expressions that I have. I don't usually use the numpad in most programs or games that I use, I believe. So I've never had a problem for the most part. The only problem I've ever had is when I'm working in Blender, because the numpad actually does act as shortcut keys in Blender. So that's like the main downside to using keyboard keys for your hotkeys for different software is sometimes that's going to overlap for the hotkeys in other things that you're using, and that's when it gets inconvenient. But if that's not a problem you think you're going to run into often, then definitely save some money. Just use a keyboard. Just use keyboard hotkeys. You can use a tablet / phone instead of a Stream Deck, by the way. There's an app that does that. Oh yeah, that's a great point, Daishima. I forgot to mention that. There is like a streaming software that basically acts like a Stream Deck on your phone. That is another thing that you can use. The only downside is it's on a phone, so if you're like me and you're someone that's using your phone as like a camera, then you can't really do it as easily. But it's a great alternative if you're not. Alternatively, buy an external numpad. Yeah, that's another option. There are external numpads out there that you can buy. That's another great option for just setting up hotkeys. Technically, an Intel depth camera could be better than the iPhone's tracking, but nobody's put the depth time in for it, so it doesn't work for VTube. I don't really know anything about depth cameras, but yeah, most of the software that supports the really good facial tracking is built for iPhone ARKit software. Setup. Okay, yeah, so, okay, let's say that you actually are ready to start streaming now, or you want to start streaming. So here's some things that generally, oh, and this is specifically for streaming, okay? This obviously isn't for like videos or whatever. This is for streaming. I stream mostly, so that's why I'm kind of like streamer centric with this equipment device and stuff. So remember, you can stream on, oh, how did it go to the, oh no, my screen just messed up, sorry. Anyways, so Twitch versus YouTube. Remember, you can stream on YouTube. Twitch is not the only place to stream. Some of the major differences though is kind of how a streamer interacts and like the things that they can do with their stream. There's a lot of differences between Twitch and YouTube. So Twitch, I find, tends to have more features, right? There's like a lot more bells and whistles and like reactive things that you can put on your streams with Twitch, because Twitch has just been around a lot longer for streaming. There's been a lot of development work and software and apps that have been developed specifically for usage on Twitch to like make things happen on your stream with viewer interaction. Like, for example, I've used a like little widget before that it was like a click map where my viewers could click on the stream, and then I could see like where the places that my people were watching, where they were clicking the most. There's that one game called Stream Raiders where you can connect it directly to your Twitch account and you can play a game with your Twitch viewers while you stream other stuff. There's the bit system where people can donate bits, and Twitch has a lot of software built into it that you can make things happen on your stream when people donate bits. Just a lot of stuff like that. There's also the raid system on Twitch. yeah, that's just some examples. I'm not gonna list every single thing that Twitch has, but Twitch just has like a lot of extra stuff in terms of stream interactivity, and reactivity. YouTube. I used to stream like a tiny bit on YouTube. I used to stream a little bit on YouTube simultaneously with Twitch, but I didn't really concentrate on it. I hear YouTube actually has better like discoverability on YouTube, but YouTube doesn't have as many bells and whistles as Twitch has. So I kind of guess it's like up to personal preference here. I think YouTube I think isn't bad if you aren't planning on doing a whole bunch of like fancy interactive stuff with your stream. If you're kind of just focusing on like the actual content of the stream itself, like what you're doing, then I think YouTube is fine. Um, you can still receive donations on YouTube. You can still receive donations on YouTube. I think YouTube also has this new. There's also still some other options to receive money on YouTube, like Super Chat, which is where someone can pay money and type a chat message, and that chat message will get pinned to the top of the stream chat on YouTube. There's also something like Super Stickers, which I think is like the equivalent of like emotes, but I think they're like bigger and you pay money to use them or something like that. I'm not super sure like what all of the stuff that YouTube streaming has available because I don't really use it myself, but yeah. And you don't have to commit to one or the other if you're not a Twitch affiliate yet. If you're a Twitch affiliate, then you're technically not allowed to stream on YouTube anymore, or at least I don't know if you can't stream on YouTube at all, or if you actually I think you can stream on YouTube, but you can't stream on YouTube at the same time as Twitch. I think that's the rule. The indie and VTuber community basically has chosen Twitch as a platform, but YouTube is an option. Yeah, YouTube is always an option, and there are some VTubers. There are VTubers that stream on Twitch. I mean, on YouTube. Sorry. Another upside to YouTube is because you're streaming on YouTube. When you're done streaming, your stream VOD on YouTube will automatically be saved to your YouTube channel, so you don't have to worry about it like disappearing and dissipating into dust because it's on a YouTube channel, and YouTube's not going to delete that video automatically, as opposed to Twitch VODs are only there for a limited amount of time, so you have to make that extra effort if you want to save the Twitch VOD and make sure that it doesn't get deleted. I will revive Mixer to stream. Oh, I remember Mixer. And I think there are like a couple other streaming sites. I mean, yeah, there used to be Mixer. I think Mixer is dead now. But Twitch and YouTube are the big ones. You'll probably get the most engagement there, just because people are familiar with them and are like already on those sites. Okay, so stream overlays. A lot of people so stream overlays are nice. I like stream overlays. I like to use them. I think it's like satisfying for your audience when they can make change on the stream or like see their name on the stream, like these followers, like sub, stuff like that. But they're not necessary. You don't need an overlay to stream. It's like totally fine to stream without an overlay. It's just like nice. Some of the most popular things people have in their stream overlays is a lot of people can have their chat in their overlay. Some people like it like small, some people like it big. Some people like it on top of their game, some people like it like outside. It's up to personal preference. So like just do whatever you think looks good and makes you happy. Some of the more fancy stuff you can do with it, you might have to take some time to learn how to achieve it in your streaming software, or download like extra stuff, or learn how to use other stuff in order to get some like reactive stuff to go on, like stream alerts and stuff like that. But it definitely adds a lot to your stream, in my personal opinion. It's like fun to look at. Oh, this is specifically something I wanted to ask about. Yeah, what's your question, JPSme? Please let me know. I personally, for my streaming software, I use Streamlabs OBS, so I get a lot of built-in widgets in the streaming software, because I'm using Streamlabs OBS. I've seen many overlays recently that seem to have, like, interactive figures running around with folks from the chat. Oh, yeah. So there's, so this is a Twitch thing. So, Twitch has a lot of, like, little widgets that you can download, on the Twitch website, and you can add these things to your stream. Usually they're free. If they're software that allow people to spend bits on it, usually the person who made the software gets like 20% of the bits that people spend on the widget, and you'll get like the remaining 80%. I think that's usually the number. Sometimes I think that can vary sometimes, but I think that's usually it. Stream avatars. Yeah, I think stream avatars is the really popular one. I don't use a ton of extra widgets like that, so I don't know them all off the top of my head, but yeah, stream avatars. That's what that is. Where am I now? Oh, rules and moderations. Okay, so this is a really important one. This is a really important one that I think a lot of people don't think about until like something bad has already happened to them that made them think about it. I think it's very important to have clear rules and good moderation in your stream, especially when you do eventually get bigger and you see growth and more people in your chat. This is like really important. Rules are for the benefit of not only you, but also your audience. Like you want to make it clear like what kind of content you're okay with. Because it's not always enough to, you know, to just put the mature content label on your stream or not put it on. I'm actually, I'm kind of bad about this because my stream, I run it as like a PG-15 stream. I am okay with minors being here, but I'm a little less comfortable with like a 13-year-old being here, just because I do play rated M games. I can't stop a minor, or I can't stop someone from being PG-15 from being here, but by, did I say under PG-15? I meant, I can't stop someone who's under 15 from coming to my stream. Just like, you cannot, like, if a minor wants to come into a stream with a mature content label, you can't stop them. If they really want to get in there, they will just get in there. But by having that label saying that, hey, my stream has content not suitable for people under 18, or not suitable for people who are like under 15, you are giving people that don't want to be exposed to that content fair warning. It's for not only for your accountability, but for the safety of people that don't want to be exposed to that content. Also, by having clear rules about the stuff that you're comfortable with people like talking about or doing in your stream, you will end up reducing a lot of like conflict where, because you had that rule there, you can say they won't, if they're a decent person, they won't do it because you have the rule there. They'll know not to do that thing. If they're like someone who's purposefully doing it, you're like super duper within your rights, and no one will criticize you for enforcing that rule or having a mod enforce that rule and like banning them or timing them out and telling them not to do it. Yeah, like what Rexy said at the start, have someone you trust to be a mod. Spam bots seem to target streams without active mods. Yeah. I know not everybody has the luxury of having a friend that you trust with enough free time to like consistently mod for you, but if you are lucky enough to have that, like I highly recommend it, especially if you start getting bigger as a VTuber and your chat becomes more active. It's just so helpful to have someone who can like help catch things in the chat that you missed, like enforce your rules without you having to be distracted every time someone breaks your rules in the chat, or if someone breaks your rules and you missed it, because it's very hard in a very active chat to concentrate on both the chat and the thing that you're doing on the stream. Having a mod is very helpful. It also is like, it's very good for your mental health, honestly, because if somebody's like being bad in your chat, it can be very stressful trying to get them to stop and enforcing the rule yourself. But if you have a mod, your mod can be literally like point to that rule, and if the person doesn't agree to follow the rule, or then your mod can just ban them, and you barely have to do any work because your mod is just doing their job. Coal miners are the worst offenders. Generally, it's a good idea to just say no politics because political topics can very easily violate Twitch's community guidelines. No politics is a very, very popular rule on Twitch. And I think a lot of people have that rule for their own personal comfort. I I don't think that everyone should have a no politics rule in their chat, because I think there is a time and a place to talk about politics. And if you're comfortable talking about it, then more power to you. Feel free to get political in your stream. Feel free to express your views. But yeah, it's a great rule if it's something you don't want to engage with. If you think that's going to easily get stressful and you're not like, you aren't prepared to handle that, then like there's no problem putting that in your stream. It's a good rule if you want to keep yourself feeling comfortable and make sure that chat doesn't like get too crazy with stuff. There's a streamer I follow who does a lot of like political topics and stuff, and I like his stream a lot. But obviously not everybody can be comfortable with that kind of content in their stream, especially if your stream's more casual. So just kind of just make sure that your rules reflect the kind of content and like your comfort area, you know, with where you want conversation to go, and like the kind of rating you want your stream to have. I've seen some VTubers open applications for mods, I guess streamers in general. Yeah, some VTubers, if they don't have someone at the ready who's able to mod for them, I've seen them open applications for mods. And I think that idea is fine. You just really want... Make sure the person that you're getting to be your mod is a trustworthy person. I don't think you should ever... Obviously, never make someone a mod that you've never interacted with, because it's like hard to know if you can trust them. I think the best people to make mods are people that you've interacted with and talked with before, but I know it's kind of tough sometimes because you might not always have that luxury. I think a good way is like if you've got someone who's a regular in your community and is consistently talking in your chat, and you've seen the way they behave in chat and they interact with other people and they seem generally responsible, then I think that's like not a bad idea if you don't have anyone else to go to. Just be really careful about who you put your trust in, you know. It's very easy to get burned with stuff like this. You always have to be careful about who you associate with, because you know, it's just with any relationship, it can be it's easy to get burned if you place your trust in someone and they break that trust. Oh, I should do that. Do you think they would pay me? I don't know what the context for that chat message was. If you do VR content, having a mod would probably be required. Oh yeah, it's like really hard to mod chat if you're in VR. There is software so that you can see your chat in VR, but just because you're so busy doing the VR stuff, and it's not as easy to like look over at your chat because usually VR is pretty intense. It's pretty tough to moderate a chat. So if you are gonna do VR, I would definitely try to go out of your way to get a mod to at least be there during VR streams. Good point, Daishima. It's probably the only advantage to having a teeny tiny stream channel where I only get maybe 5 people on at a time. LOL. Yeah. I mean, like, if you're a small streamer, then obviously you're gonna be able to pay more attention to your chat because it's moving much more slowly. There's less people you have to worry about. You're not gonna need a mod as much as someone who's got like 30 or 40 people in chat or 100 people in their chat. If you do notice yourself getting bigger, then definitely start thinking about getting a mod, figuring out who can do that for you. Mods are usually volunteer positions because I know it's like tough to pay someone, but just remember to always love and appreciate your mods if you get a good one, because they're doing a lot for you and they're donating a lot of their time to you. So just make sure that you are always like appreciative of them, you know? Thank you, JJ, for being a super awesome mod for me all the time. Thank you. I did get my first spam bots a few days ago. Oh yeah, bots are super annoying. I'm actually about to go into bots. I'm just catching up with chat right now. Okay. Alright. So, chat bots. Okay, chat... Oh wait, no. Sorry, I was thinking about spam bots, but I'm actually about to talk about chat bots, which are different. So a lot of people, when they want to do more advanced stuff with their stream, they can have chat bots. Chat bots are actually super useful, especially if you don't have a mod, because you can program commands into chat bots to do or say specific things if people say the right thing in chat or like put in a command. So if you want like specific links to come up, or if you want the bot to say something in your chat and you don't necessarily have a mod to like answer all these questions, or it's a question that gets asked a lot in your chat and you already know the answer, a chat bot can very easily act as a middleman here and post links, post automated messages, stuff like that. A stream that I really like, Shrimps 24/7. It's just like a just like a stream where they just have a camera on a on a shrimp tank. There's a lot of questions that get asked really often. Because it's the stream that has a pretty big audience, and lots of people like asking questions about the shrimps. They have a chat bot that answers a bunch of questions about the shrimps if a certain command is typed in. So not only the mods, but people who are like regulars in the community can type in commands to answer questions automatically because they've built in the answers into a chat bot. Chatbots can be really useful, and obviously you don't need a chatbot. Their uses are kind of for like specific things, but they're nice to have for convenience's sake for certain purposes, like answering questions and links and stuff like that. For example, my chatbot, I programmed the command specifically for tonight for if anybody ever needs the link to the PowerPoint that I'm using. You can put in the command !P point and get the link to the PowerPoint, and then I don't have to have the link to the PowerPoint constantly in my thing to copy paste, and JJ doesn't have to have it to copy paste. Extra scenes. Oh, extra scenes are for most streaming softwares. You're gonna be able to set up extra scenes, so like different like layouts and setups for your stream. These are really useful to set up, because so that way you don't have to like keep remaking it every time you do a different stream. Like for example, you can have the one for like when your stream's starting soon, like I have, which is with all like the little TVs and the animations. Having one for a break screen is really useful, like if you have to step away. Having a break screen super useful. I have a separate layout for chatting like this, and a separate layout for streaming games, and a slightly different one for streaming art. And I have them all set up ahead of time, so that way I don't have to like remake the stream layout over and over. And you can also use these for like not only those things, but like special effects too. Like if you want to do like a fun zoom in on your avatar's face, you can set up a scene where it's just your model's face but like zoomed in for like fun comedic effect or something. Stuff like that. You can get really creative with them. And I think it's you can really up the quality of your content if you put the time in to set up different layouts and use them effectively and creatively. And my last tip for setup here is test stuff out, guys. Test stuff out. It is so important to test stuff out. With the case in point, the beginning of my stream today was absolutely awful because I did not have enough time to properly set up my stuff before stream and test it out to make sure it was working today. So by the time I tried to get it working, I was eating into my scheduled stream time. It was very bad. If you have the time to test it out, even if you think it's gonna work, please test it out before you start your stream. You will avoid a lot of scuff that way. I promise. I promise. And sometimes it can be even helpful if you want to like test stuff and you want someone to like see the stuff you're testing, but you don't want to do it on your main account. Like, don't be afraid to make a second like Twitch account or YouTube account or whatever and test the stuff out on that second account. No one has to know. You can delete the VOD later. You can, if you have a chatbot and you make an account for your chatbot, because that's what you can do with chatbots. You can set up the chatbot to work on a second Twitch account. You can do a lot of testing on that second Twitch account that you set up for the chatbot and just delete the VOD. I use Streamlabs OBS as well as a viable way to test things without actually streaming. yeah. Another alternative to that is recording. Like, most streaming softwares have a recording option, so you can do the stuff that you would do on stream, but use record instead. The only downside to recording instead of streaming is if the issues are like internet related, which sometimes they can be, it can be kind of hard to monitor that because it's a recording and not the internet. Here's some recommendations for places where you can get free resources, because VTubing can be very expensive when you want custom stuff, but sometimes you're happy with like stuff that's not custom or like stuff that's like looks nice. If you want to just like start out but still want to make your stream look good, there's like lots of free resources out there. Overlays. If Twitter's like a great place to find free overlays. I don't have any specific people off the top of my head right now because I couldn't remember anybody doing them off the top of my head, but I've seen lots of social media posts where people are posting like, hey, here's some free overlays for VTubers to use, or backgrounds or stuff like that. There's a bunch out there. If you like look around on the VTubing community and do some searching, you'll find it. Let's see, assets like for fun things like props, for your VTuber like tables and drinks and stuff like that. Like there's a bunch of people out there that make them, but one of the top ones out there is 7M Digital on Twitter. They do really great stuff. It's like really high quality. They usually have a ton of different color palettes for their stuff, and it's always like free for VTuber use. It's really great. Highly recommend them if you want like fun props for your stream. There's a lot of free sound effects out there if you want to get fun sound effects for your stream, like for stream alerts and stuff like that, or for like point redeems. There's a ton of really fun sound effects out there that you can easily look up and download. Sound effects can be a really fun addition to the stream, and it can be zero cost. Music, there's a ton of free music out there. So if you're someone who likes having music in the stream, like in the background, and you don't want to get hit with like copyright that mutes your VODs, there's a lot of free copyright music that's like free for use. Incompetech is like probably the biggest one that a lot of people are already familiar with. Just hundreds and hundreds of free use songs, Creative Commons licensed music on the Incompetech website. The musician's real name is Kevin MacLeod, I believe, but goes by Incompetech. I think that's if you just Google Incompetech, the website will come up, and like the music's very well organized too, so you can have like, if you want all the music to be of a certain tone, you can just look up different search criteria. It's great. My music that I personally use for my stream when I don't want to get hit with copyrights is the current music that's playing right now is my synthwave playlist that I've made using music from a musician named Nihilor. He has a ton of free use music on his website, and he had a lot of like vaporwave, synthwavey stuff. So I'm really into vaporwave and synthwave, so I use his stuff. I highly recommend him if you're looking for that kind of sound. So those are some really great free ones. Oh, another alternative is Monster Cat. Okay, Monster Cat's not free, but you can pay the monthly Monster Cat Gold license, which I think is like something like, it's like about $7.50 now a month, but you can play Monster Cat music both on stream and use it in videos and stuff like that, without getting hit by copyright stuff if you pay for Monster Cat Gold. Here, I'll shout out Pexels. I found it the other day. Free pictures to use for commercial use. Great for backgrounds or assets. Oh yeah, Pexels! I forgot Pexels. I usually use Pexels for my graphic design work, or, well, yeah, mostly stuff like that. But there are some, like, other assets on there that you can use for VTubing. Yeah, so those are just some options out there for free resources. As you guys can tell, I'm using my Synthwave Nihilor playlist right now because I did not want to get hit with VOD mutes, because I am going to be posting this to YouTube. So that's another thing to be aware of when you're streaming. You can stream like music with copyrights, but just be aware that if a song gets a copyright strike, it will mute a section of the VOD. Not only the song, but a little before the song, a little bit after the song, because they really want to make sure that they mute the VOD. So just be careful about that. If it's a stream that you want to make sure that everybody can hear the whole time, definitely be careful about the music you play in the background. I think that like not all music is going to get copyright striked, but sometimes it's hard to know what will, so just be careful. Oh yeah, okay, so VTubing and the concept of a debut and the re-debut. Okay, so kind of for anyone who's not really familiar with these terms, the debut for a VTuber is basically kind of like, it's used pretty liberally in the indie VTubing community and the English VTubing community, but basically kind of refers to like when a streamer feels like they've officially like started their VTubing career. It's like their official start. And debuts are not always all the same. A lot of people kind of approach them differently. I've seen some people like do absolutely no streaming whatsoever until their debut, except in the form of like private unsaved streams or like a couple streams. I've seen people who streamed a whole bunch before their debut stream and then just decided to do a debut stream kind of arbitrarily. I've seen people do debut streams where they didn't reveal their model in the streams beforehand until the debut stream, and then they revealed their model in the debut stream. I've seen people who have just streamed with their model before the debut stream. Yeah, PNG streaming is a thing that a lot of people do before they do their debut stream, and they'll reveal their model. I was someone who I personally just streamed a little bit before my debut stream, just so I could not only test out my model, because I made my own model, so I had to do a lot of testing with it, but also so I could reach affiliate before my debut. And I just deleted all the VODs of my streams pre-debut. And a re-debut is it's like an interesting term, because a re-debut is basically, I think most people use re-debut as kind of like if they get a new model and they want to show off their new model, or they make a lot of changes to their stream, then a lot of people will do a re-debut where they show off all of these changes that they've made. What was I gonna say? Sorry, I'm like repositioning myself to be a little bit more comfortable. So sometimes there can be a lot of people find that like they feel obligated to do the debut when they become a VTuber. Seems kind of like rebranding to like, yeah, it's happening again. The advertisement's just playing in my ear. You guys can't hear it, but wow, this really bothers me. Yeah, it's a lot of re-debuts are sometimes they're like rebranding sometimes too. Like sometimes people will completely change their model, or like kind of change the theme of their stream, stuff like that. It's used as like a big rebranding tool. You look a lot more professional with prior experience pre-debut IMO, says Rexy. I think the reason for that is because yeah, if you streamed before making a debut, you'll get a lot more experience that way. So when you do make your debut, you'll definitely kind of seem more professional, because you'll be more skilled and experienced. Actually, so this was one of the questions I got on the Curious Cat, was what is the biggest mistake you have made? And I think my biggest mistake as a VTuber is I did not fully utilize my debut. So a debut is not necessary, and I want to make sure everyone here knows that. Like, you don't have to debut. You don't have to do a big thing like debuting your model, or like marking an official start to your streaming as a VTuber career. You can, if you want to, you can just start streaming and making content. There's nothing saying that you need to make a debut. You can just jump straight into it if you want. A lot of people feel obligated to do it, but you don't have to. It's just, but the debut, while it's not necessary, it is a very useful tool if you do it right, because it's a really great way to bring attention to yourself, to like get eyes on you at least once. And it's just like a really good way to get people to look at you at least once if they've never seen you before. So usually in a debut stream, you are going to get really big numbers, because the debut stream is basically kind of like like a big party to introduce yourself to people, and a lot of people in the VTubing community will attend because they want to like support a new person coming into the VTubing community and like say hi and see what you're about. The numbers can vary pretty greatly depending on how well you advertise your debut and like how far your announcement traveled on social media. But you should always remember that your debut numbers are probably going to be like your peak numbers for a while. You're going to get like a larger than usual number for people attending your debut, and then these numbers are going to drop off when you start streaming after that. You will not get as many people regularly attending your streams as come to your debut, and that's okay. That's okay, because, you know, not everybody, a lot of people come to your debut wanting to, support you and the fact that you're entering the community officially, but not everybody has time to regularly attend a stream, and that's okay. You just have to remember that that's going to happen and not be discouraged by it. Like, you might get like 50 people on your debut stream, but then you're only gonna get, maybe you'll get only like 7 people coming consistently to your streams afterwards, and that's okay. Remember, those 7 people that come to your stream like regularly, those are the real ones. Remember, like I was saying, numbers should not be the first thing on your mind as a VTuber. And especially with an audience, it's always going to be about quality over quantity. Even if you have like 5 people in your stream that are like engaging with you is like way higher quality than like 20 people in your stream, but only like 1 or 2 people are bothering to speak in your stream. Um, but also, please remember that people are busy, and sometimes people are going to be lurking in your stream, and you still remember to still appreciate the people that lurk in streams. They're still there to support you, even if they're busy and can't like actively interact with your stream. Lurkers are still people who are there because they want to support you and like your content and like you. So don't look down on people who lurk. They're still there to support you. They're just busy. Yeah, lurkers are bros. PNG streaming is great for that because people don't expect the same level of professionalism from PNG tubers. It's pretty obvious that you're working on your stuff. People are a lot more accepting of stuff and such, I think. Oh yeah. And don't yeah, you can either like just not look at your viewer list at all, but like don't call out lurkers unless you're saying, "Hey lurkers, I see you out there. Thank you for being here." But like don't call them out in like a derogatory way. Like don't criticize your lurkers, or like don't say, "Hey, I see you there. Why aren't you talking to me?" Like don't do that. Don't do that. You'll make them feel bad. That's a definite way to get people to not come back to you. Yeah, lurkers are just they're usually just there to vibe and hang out. And that's okay. Oh yeah, so going back to that curious cat question is what is the biggest mistake I have made? I did not fully utilize my debut. So the debut is a great tool for getting people to look at you. But at the same time, if you want people to like come back for you, you have to really show off not only kind of your skills as a performer, as a content creator, but also like make yourself like kind of emphasize the parts about you that are like unique, and like what can people expect from you if they come back to your stream, and like what's gonna make them come back. My debut stream, I didn't really plan it very well, so it was kind of vague and floaty, and it was like a little bit scuffed. I think I got like maybe 20 something people peak during my debut stream, but a lot of them just didn't come back because my debut stream wasn't that good. But that's okay. I mean, I accepted that. But like with all the experience that I have now after like a couple more months in the VTubing community and streaming experience, there's a lot of different things that I would do if I were to redo my debut over again to be more effective and interesting. I'd also probably would have tried to promote it a little better. The way I promoted it was not great. I think a lot of things that can affect whether a debut goes well or not is like how well you promote it before the debut happens. I only had like a week's notice on my debut, and I didn't have that many social media followers, so I didn't get that many people to come. I would say that's my biggest mistake that I made as a VTuber, but it's not that big of a deal because like a debut is not necessary in the first place. It's just something I could have done better, you know? Okay. Re-debut though is also still a really effective tool if you do a lot of upgrades to your stream and you or your model or whatever, and you want to bring attention to it. A re-debut is great, and it's also kind of like great as a rebranding tool because like if you can get people to come to it, and if your skills are much better than when you first debuted, it's like a really great chance to show off your improvement over time. Does your VTube model turn around if you do? Oh, my model, it turns around a limited amount because I'm just using my phone tracking, so it doesn't support like a full 360 turnaround with this. But if I'm in VR, my model obviously would move with my whole body. So if I moved around in VR, my whole model would turn. You know, Panda, you could technically get a live 2D and you used to have a debut. It would fit in with how people do it. Oh, so here's kind of an obvious question. How would you recommend someone get started on social media when they're literally starting out? So, okay, so this is, okay, but I guess before I get into the panini here, getting started on social media when you're just starting out is pretty tough, because if you're starting out and you have no followers, it can be really daunting trying to, do that. But yeah, well, as I came to say, networking and PNG threads are a really great way to start getting yourself out there and get eyes, on yourself. It's a little bit harder if you don't have a model or any art to show, then it's going to be really tough networking, because especially in the VTubing community, people will follow you literally because they like your design. So having an actual design to show people and like some nice quality artwork, that's what'll really get people to start looking at you and your account if you haven't started actually making any content yet, or you're like getting ready to. Having something for people to look at is probably the most important thing for getting people to follow you if you don't have any other stuff to show. I had some friends who were trying to get into VTubing when I started, so I had a bunch of friends who had some social media accounts already, and they were nice enough to like follow me. So when I started out, I had some followers even without like those networking and PNG threads. But I really did start getting a lot more when I finished my model and made my PNG by like reference sheets, and I started posting those in networking threads. People would see my model and they'd be like, "Oh, that's cute. I want to check them out," because I like their design, and they would come to my account and I'd get some follows, or at least people checking out my content. The classic Twitter way of just doing a bunch of giveaways all on my own. Yeah, a lot of people also use giveaways as a social media tool. Because if you have giveaways, people are more likely to interact with the post because they want to win the giveaway, and then that giveaway spreads over to other people's like Twitter feeds and whatever, and it just keeps going on like that. I should clarify that my main social media is Twitter. I mostly use Twitter for all of my VTubing stuff. I used to use Instagram for my clothing brand, but I don't really use Instagram anymore that much, and I don't really use it for VTubing. Another social media that I highly, highly recommend is TikTok. TikTok is actually a great way to promote your content. If you make clips and you post them to TikTok, there is a content creator and streaming and VTubing section of TikTok. It's a great, if you tag your stuff properly and consistently post clips to TikTok, you will get views. It's a great way to get eyes on your stuff. Follow-up newbie question: where would one find networking threads? So if you are like if you're starting fresh from Twitter, definitely I think your Twitter bio actually kind of affects some of the stuff that gets recommended to you. So like if you want to see VTubing stuff, mention that you're a VTuber in your bio. But also if you're just starting out and you have like literally no people that you're following, or you're following only like a couple people, look up the keywords like VTuber, like the VTuber hashtag. Look for really big popular accounts. There are like a lot of big accounts will regularly make networking threads, or like interact with networking threads, or even smaller VTubers will interact with networking threads. But just try to find other VTuber social media accounts, find ones that are making content that you think are cool, or like have designs that you're interested in, and just start following people. Like that's the best way to find things on social media, is just start following people. You'll start getting like stuff on your timeline. If you don't like the content you're seeing from a specific person, like feel free to unfollow them. Don't feel bad about unfollowing people. If the content they're posting is like not what you're into. The only time that I would ever like feel bad about unfollowing a person is if we're mutuals. But I think if we're mutuals, I probably like the fact that I followed them long enough that they followed me back probably means that like I like their content to begin with, and I don't really have a real reason to unfollow them unless something drastically changes about what's getting posted. Some VTubers that post really regular networking threads is Drusagi-chan on Twitter. I can't remember the exact Twitter handle that they use, but they post a lot of networking threads that get a lot of interaction. Yeah, the Info Dealer V posts regular networking threads. VTuber of the Day is a really big account that posts a lot of threads for networking and PNG drops and stuff like that. That's another good one. And usually those really big, active, popular accounts usually end up interacting with other accounts that get a lot of interaction and networking and stuff like that. Oh, Jutagi-chan is the Twitter handle. Okay, cool. So those are just like really good ways to kind of just get yourself like dipped into the social media waters. And everybody uses social media differently. You should use social media in a way that you're comfortable with. Some people use it as like a branding, advertising tool. Some people use it more socially than like in a business manner. I'm kind of like in an in-between, I think. I do a lot of socialization on Twitter, but I also do a lot of like advertising for my content on Twitter as well. I'd say I'm about half and half. Just do whatever the way makes you feel comfortable, but like those are kind of just like some of the basic tips I have. let's get into the panini. I'm very excited to talk about this one. This one's a really interesting topic to me. So, I know we don't have exact numbers on this because there's not really any study out there on this, but I believe that since the beginning of the panini and all of the quarantine and people having to work from home and stuff like that, people have been spending way more time at home. The amount of content consumption and at home hobbies had increased drastically, and I think this directly led to a huge increase in the VTubing scene because so many people were spending time at home. They could devote more time to consuming content. Some of this content was VTubers, and then a lot of people got interested into VTubing. The VTuber population exploded, like what Rexy's saying. It was pretty crazy. But then this leads us to the question, post Panini, what does this mean for the community? The Panini caused a lot of people to be at home, so there's a lot of people with a lot of free time at home. And that's how they got into VTubing. But when the Panini is over and people are allowed to go out regularly again, and they're not going to be spending as much time at home, like, what is this going to mean for content creators? Is our audience numbers going to drop? Is the amount of content creators going to drop, or the amount of content that's being put out going to drop because people are not going to be working from home anymore, or they're going to get new jobs because the economy will theoretically improve once things are running regularly again, stuff like that. These are really interesting questions that we can make predictions, but obviously we don't know the future, so it's going to be interesting. And if these things do happen, or something, even if something else happens as a result of the post Panini and all the vaccinations and everything, life going back to normal, when is this exactly going to happen? Is this going to be gradual? Is this going to be sudden? How fast are we going to see these changes? These are all things that I'm wondering, and I've got theories, but I don't have answers, you know? I think as the Rexy says, I think as the pandemic is taken care of, a lot of VTubers will retire, leaving more people that super enjoy being VTubers. I definitely, yeah, no problem, I'll type of. I definitely, that's a theory that I have. I think a lot of people are going to end up retiring as VTubers, or at the very least, if they don't fully officially retire, they're going to be cutting back a lot on content creation, just because VTubing is a hobby for so many people. They're gonna start doing other stuff with their time now that they can go out and hang out with friends, or like go out to do stuff in public. I think we are going to see a drop in content creation and active VTubers. And I don't think that this isn't a bad thing, because theoretically this is happening because they are doing other things with their time that are better for them, like that they either enjoy more or they got a new job that they're earning more money from, and this isn't a bad thing. And more power to, if people want to retire from VTubing, it's not necessarily a sad thing. It's okay. People move on to different phases of their life depending on where they are with their life circumstances, and that's okay. And we should always be happy for people if the change that's happening in their life is a positive one. It's hard to make content with a full-time job in general, so I can imagine that's how it would go. Yeah. Consuming VTube content is easy even with a job, but people will keep viewing. Yeah, I don't think the audience numbers are necessarily going to drop that drastically, because you can still consume the content even if you're busy with other stuff. I just think that content creation itself is going to see a drop, because I think the amount of time and effort that goes into content creation is definitely way more than the amount of effort it takes to simply consume content. But I do think that the pandemic, the Big Panini did get a lot of people into the VTubing scene and interested in VTubers. So I think that even if some VTubers retire, there'll still be a lot of people left over post Panini who are enjoying content in the VTubing community. That's a lot. Don't have to be at home. Theoretically, it makes higher quality content. The people that stream and the people that enjoy it much more. I feel like if anything, it will help those stick out. I do think for people that, yeah, I do agree with that. I think that if things play out the way that we're predicting it'll play out, I do think that the people who are left consistently making content post Panini, there'll be less competition, I guess, and things might grow better for them, maybe. This is just predictions, though. We can't be sure what'll happen, but that's the theories that I've got. Another question is, what does this mean for you? Because think of this on a personal level. When the panini's over, what things are going to change in your life? If you're planning on getting into VTubing or you're already a VTuber, like, are you seeing yourself getting a new job or having to go back to work at a physical workplace that's not your home once the panini's over and things are back to normal? What's this going to mean for your free time? Are you going to go out more? Are you going to have less time to dedicate to VTubing? Or are you going to try to stick with it the same amount that you are right now? And if you're saying to yourself, well, I think I actually am going to go out more, or I won't have enough time to commit to VTubing, like I was saying before, that's totally okay. Just remember, just like keep those things in mind, that the panini is going to end one day and things are going to change. And you are going to, see changes in your life. And so going back to like the goals and expectations you had for VTubing and the amount of time and effort you planned on budgeting for yourself for VTubing, think about how things are going to change once the panini is over, and if those things that you've decided on and invested are going to have to change as a result of those changes in your life, and maybe you have to readjust. I think that's an important thing to think about. We gotta think about the future, guys. Daishima says, my life was basically the same before, and it'll be the same after. My life actually changed a lot because of the panini. My main job before this was selling clothes at conventions, but because of the panini, basically all conventions stopped. My mental health actually took a huge drop because I didn't have a set schedule, and I was, my mental health really tanked, but I managed to, like, kind of fix it and, catch up on a whole bunch of work that I was putting off because I was just like in a really bad place. And then I started VTubing. VTubing has actually been great for my mental health because I've been feeling really productive while streaming and working on stuff like adjacent to VTubing. And I made a lot of money since I started doing 3D model commissions. So this has actually been really good for me. Same, not much will change here. I was already making a 50-hour work week with it, so I think I can do this. Yeah. I'm not trying to discourage people. I'm not trying to say that you can't do this when things change in the post panini. I'm just trying to get people to think about it, because not everybody wants to, like, there are things that you're going to end up some people are going to end up doing besides VTubing once the panini's over, and that's totally okay. Remember, VTubing should not be a chain. VTubing should not be a chain. It should just be something that you're doing because you're having fun. And if there's something that you're going to have more fun doing when the panini's over, or something that you feel is going to be more worth your time, then don't be afraid to pursue that. Pandy made a bunch of money on models and spent it all on skebs. I haven't spent that much money on skebs. I think I've gotten like 3 skebs? I've gotten like maybe 3 or 4 skebs, and I don't usually get the most expensive ones, so it's not that bad. Like, the ratio of money I've made to amount of money I've spent on, like, art and skebs is actually not that high. Oh, for anyone that doesn't know what a skeb is a website where you can commission Japanese artists, and it's got an auto-translation feature. The main catch is you're gonna have basically no communication with the artist during the process. It's basically, one shot, you make the request, they draw the request, and there's no changes whatsoever. But the upside is that you're going to get really high quality art at a lower price point because of the lack of communication and the fact that they don't make any changes. Skeb is art gacha, pretty much. Yeah, Skeb is basically art gacha. You just hope for the best. I'm not picky, so I've been happy with all the skebs I've received, but if you're somebody who's like pickier with the art you receive, or you want to get specific things out of the art, then I would definitely recommend commissioning an artist normally through Twitter or whatever, so you can give them feedback or ask for changes and stuff like that. It'll be a little more expensive, but sometimes that's worth it if that's what you're looking for. I just like supporting artists I know, so I haven't skebbed yet. Yeah, that's totally fair. That's totally fair. It's nice to commission artists that you already know, because it's nice being able to interact with them, you know. But skeb is also cool. Artists are VTubers' lifeblood. They certainly are. They certainly are. Okay, so let's move on to the next topic, which is Spicy versus Seiso. This is gonna be a fun one. Oh heck. Sorry, I had to minimize this for a second because the slides are just really goofing out on me, and I'm hoping if I reset it, it fixes it. Anyway, spicy versus Seiso. So, for anyone that's not familiar with these terms already, well, spicy kind of just is like my term for kind of sexual content, I guess. That's how I'll phrase it. I feel like that's a decent label for it. And Seiso is basically the opposite. Seiso is, I think if I remember correctly, when someone taught me about Seiso for the first time, it's kind of like pure or something similar to that. But Seiso basically means that you don't have like lewd or sexual content. You don't make it. And generally, if you have a social media account and you don't have it on your social media account. Seiso is an idle term, I think. That makes sense to start off as an idle term. That makes a lot of sense to start off as an idle term. I have to go, but have a nice rest of the stream. I'll watch the VOD later. I'll come back sometime. Night, night. Thanks, Elise. Thank you so much for coming to the stream. I hope you enjoyed it. Bye. Good night. Seiso true doesn't exist in the VTubers space. Oh, man. Pure innocent, basically G-rated family streams. Yeah, so basically, when you label yourself as Seiso, you're basically saying that you're like not 18 plus. Like your content is lewd free, and there's definitely an in between versus like us being like labeling yourself as spicy and labeling yourself as Seiso. I think there's definitely a middle ground that exists between being like a full-on lewd tuber or being like a super woo like PG family-friendly tuber. There's definitely a middle ground, but a lot of people use the labels for convenience sake, either labeling themselves as 18 plus or labeling themselves as Seiso. I think most VTubers kind of toe that line in the middle ground between spicy and Seiso. I'm probably pretty Seiso. I don't make or interact with lewd content as a VTuber. And minors are allowed in my space. I would say that... Nah, never mind. But like, so you can use these labels kind of for the sake of like convenience of trying to tell people what you should expect, you know, from you. And I think that it's you don't necessarily have to use these labels, but I think just getting on the topic of like content maturity and rating your stream and like indicating the maturity level that should be expected at your stream is really important. So let's go over the bullet points. So this affects your audience and how you interact with them. This is like really important, like indicating whether or not you're okay with 18 plus content or like sexual content. It's really important because if you explicitly tell people that you're okay with 18 plus content or like sexual content or like innuendo, stuff like that, that will attract people into your audience that have fun with that kind of content. So just be aware of that. And how you interact with them is also going to change because especially as a VTuber, people will feel more comfortable like lewding you, like making lewd art of you or like referring to you in a sexual way. So just keep that in mind. If you're not comfortable with that, there's nothing wrong with telling people that you're not comfortable with that. Also, it's possible to have an 18 plus stream. It's possible to have an 18 plus stream where you don't feel comfortable having minors in your space, but still making it clear that you're not comfortable with sexual content or for people like lewding you or referring to you or interacting with you that way. That's totally possible. As long as you make that clear in your rules and tell people that and enforce it consistently, like, you'll be fine. Rexy says, I say a lot of lewd stuff in Dice Chat so far, but I'm good at pretending to be Seiso. I guess LOL. People will be more lewd, blah, blah, blah. If you become some lewds of your own character, that would tell them that you were okay with it, LOL. Yeah, pretty much. So you kind of have to be careful. But also remember, you still have a lot of, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, you have control over how you want people to interact with you. If you're uncomfortable at any point, even if you've like made lewd content or interacted with lewd content before or interacted with someone in like a kind of sexual way a little bit. Um, like if a scenario ever gets uncomfortable with you and you want to tell someone, "Hey, I'm uncomfortable. I would like to stop," or like that's okay. Like never feel bad about it. Like if you no means no, guys, and you shouldn't be afraid to use it if you're uncomfortable because you don't have to interact that way with someone if you don't want to. Let's see. You can separate this. Oh yeah. So if you want to have different like social media accounts, one where you have 18 plus content and one that's like not 18 plus, that's another way to approach this. You can separate it. I've seen a lot of people who have separate Twitter accounts. One that's like their normal VTubing account, and the other one is with 18 plus content. It's something that you can have. People can toe that line though. Make sure you keep your boundaries. Yeah, make sure you keep your boundaries. Know what, like, think about what you're comfortable with, enforce it. Let people know what your lines are. Why is Beat Saber a banned term? Automod. Okay. JP Smee says, my main personal concern in this realm isn't so much the lewd factor as the possibility that I end up streaming either a song of Beat Saber that's got some saucy lyrics or a game that's a tad more mature. Yeah, that's a concern that I have sometimes because I don't usually put a mature content warning on my stream. But I do play rated M games sometimes. Usually I try to be kind of at least aware of the content that I'm expecting from a game. Like if I expect that there's going to be some like really 18 plus content there, you know, like for example, if I were to ever stream Cyberpunk 2077 or something like that, I would put the mature label on my stream. But sometimes there's going to be things that just happen accidentally because you're not expecting it and you didn't know to expect it. I don't think anyone's going to blame you for that. I think the key here is going to be how you react to it. If you stream a song that's got like saucy lyrics, I think that's really not so bad. You can just turn the music down or stop it. That's pretty easy. If you end up playing a game that's got mature content in it, and you want to make sure that people aren't exposed to it that like don't want to be, like never feel bad about pausing a stream, being like transparent with your viewers, like, hey, I wasn't expecting this, sorry about this for anybody who didn't want to see this. I'm gonna go ahead and put a mature content label on the stream now. Feel free to leave the stream if you don't want to see this. I won't feel bad. That's like one way to handle it. Accidents are gonna happen, and it's okay. It's just handle it responsibly when it does. But yeah, make these things clear. Use mature content and 18 plus labels. Not only for your stream, and your rules, but also on your social media accounts, because obviously, you can't stop a minor from looking at 18 plus content. If they want to see 18 plus content, they're going to just ignore the rules. We all know this because we've all been a minor, and I'm sure pretty much most people here as a minor saw 18 plus content before they were 18. If you want to see it, you're going to go out of your way to look for it. But for the use of labels is for the sake of people that don't want to see it, because there are people that don't want to see it. So for the safety of people and minors that don't want to see 18 plus content, that's what these labels are for. It's so that they know ahead of time that they can expect this kind of stuff from your content and from your social media, and this is for the sake of them so that they can avoid it if they need to. Like, no one can get mad at you for posting or making 18 plus content if you tell them ahead of time that you do it. Then they have no one to blame but themselves, so you're kind of like less liable for it, you know? And yeah, going back to the safety of minors in your spaces, don't forget, not only do you have to be careful of the stuff that's happening on your stream or whatever, or your YouTube channel, make sure you account for the safety of minors and things like your Discord and like interacting on social media and the things that you post to social media or interact with on social media. Like, don't forget, people can see your likes on Twitter sometimes. Like, sometimes I will get things on my Twitter feed that's like, these people liked this post, so like be careful of the stuff that you interact with, even as far as like liking. Be careful with collabs. Some VTubers are minor without saying it. Yeah, that's another thing to be aware of. There are minors in the VTubing community. Be careful when you are interacting with other VTubers. Make sure you when you collab and interact with other VTubers, make sure you are aware of what they're comfortable with, because just because you're aware with 18 plus content and stuff like that doesn't mean they are, and you always want to make sure that you're respecting other people's boundaries. But yeah, be aware of things that are happening in places like your like what you interact with on social media, and also places like Discord servers. You just want to make sure that you're monitoring these things, and that you're careful about the stuff that happens there, and that you're very clear on the rules. I've seen people that like let minors follow them on social media because their social media itself is fine and mostly clean, but they don't allow people under a certain age in their Discord servers because they want to make sure that minors stay safe, and not everybody feels equipped to fully, you know, keep minors safe in places like Discord servers. So like even if you have that rule saying that a minor can't go in the Discord server, you know, you can't always stop them. Some people can just lie about their age and you're not gonna know. But at least they have that warning, and if something does happen, you can't be held liable for it, because if you're genuinely trying to keep people safe, then no one can blame you for that. Okay, so that was Spicy versus Seiso. Let's see. Anything in the Curious Cat? Oh, I just got a nice thank you message 9 minutes ago. It was, "Good night, and thank you for the stream. It was very interesting from someone that has had no exposure to this culture beforehand." That was a message from Paxax. Oh, I'm sure Paxax is probably gone by now, because that was 9 minutes ago, and I'm sure they've left the stream to go to sleep or whatever. But, thank you, and I'm really glad that you, found this discussion, like, really, I'm glad that you found it interesting. Maybe if you come back and watch the VOD, you'll see that I said that. Thank you for coming. Okay, so the next topic that we're going to be talking about is... dealing with harassment. This is a big one. I have seen many people on my Twitter timeline complain about harassment that they've experienced as a VTuber. I've seen some really cringe Twitter DMs. I've seen people complain about harassment in streams or misbehavior in streams. And it's tough, and it can feel really bad when it's happening to you. I'd really like to start off with this, total side note, but I really, really enjoyed this whole stream so far. Super good stuff. Oh, thank you, JP Smee. I'm really glad. I'm really glad. Thank you to everyone who's, like, stayed here with me and, like, is actually enjoying the discussion and everything. I would have felt real awkward talking about all this stuff, talking to the void, but having you guys here and asking me questions and making comments has been, really great. Thank you guys for being here. Rexy says, "Remember, you're the boss of your stream. Don't be afraid to drop the hammer." Yes, yes. So here, let me start this off with, I'm actually gonna go to this Twitter clip. I saw this Twitter clip, I think, like last week, and this really inspired a lot of the thoughts that I have tonight on this. This is a, oh, hold on. Wait. This is, one, this is muted, and two, you guys can't hear my, audio. Give me a second to turn it on so you guys can hear it. Okay, yeah, so this is a streamer who goes by Mermaid Royal on Twitter, and her name is Jude. And she had this really great comment about some hate that she received as a streamer. And I really love this comment that she made.
Imagine
there we go. Okay.
hating someone and then giving up your power to that person that you hate by spending time to make a fake account to come try and hurt their feelings because they've obviously impacted you in some way, shape, or form. Imagine freely giving up your power like that on a Friday night when there are so many other things to do. Thank you for making me feel powerful. Thank you for reminding me that I am a bad bitch. Have a good one. Imagine hating someone.
I don't know. That clip was just really inspiring to me because I know harassment can feel so bad in the moment that it's happening. There's no denying that it's gonna feel bad. But, like, also it's kind of like a sign that, like, wow, something about you was so impactful that that person felt the need to, like, go out of their way to harass you. There's so many other things they could be doing with their time, but there's something about you that, like, made them go, man, something about them makes me angry. I don't like seeing them enjoying themselves or doing whatever they're doing and just vibing the world. something about that makes me mad, and I want to go out of my way to harass them. You're a very powerful person if you are inspiring that much feeling and effort in another person. Remember, everyone, that regardless of your VTubing career, regardless of how well you're doing as a VTuber, all people, maybe that's controversial. If God, I don't want to say that the phrase "all people are worthy of love and respect," because there are definitely some bad people out there. But I'm assuming all of the people here at my stream tonight, you're probably all decent people, who have not committed like a war crime or mass murder or whatever. You are all worthy of love and respect. Please love and respect yourselves, and remember that your worth as a human being isn't tied to these like nebulous numbers from VTubing or how other random people on the internet perceive you. You are more than just the way that people know you, you know? No one's ever going to know all of the stuff that you've experienced in life. No one's ever going to know all of... Oh, my head broke. No one's going to know all of the stuff that you've done. No one's going to know or understand fully 100% all of your thoughts and feelings. But you are worthy of love and respect. And just because someone doesn't agree with that doesn't mean that it's not true. So if someone is going out of their way to harass you, just remember that the things that they're doing is like worthless and a waste of time. And those actions have absolutely no bearing on your worth as a person, and try not to let it affect you as much as it might. Why is everyone in chat saying they're doing war crimes? Guys. Anyways, oh sorry. Wait. I think I accidentally switched to the next slide. I didn't mean to. So anyways, as far as dealing with harassment goes, I think the best policy here is zero tolerance. Like, do not be afraid to ban people who are breaking your rules in the chat or harassing you or like mistreating you in any way. Just don't be afraid to do it. Like, the amount of time and effort that you would spend trying to get them to stop is not worth it. It's just way easier to ban them, because if there's someone who isn't bothering to follow your rules or like purposefully like if you've warned them and they've broken the rule, or like if they're going out of their way to harass you or be mean to you, the energy that it would take to engage with them isn't worth it. Just ban them and move on. Ban them, pretend it didn't happen, move on. The people who are there for you and supporting you and being good to you are much more worth of your time. Just think of those people and not the people who are mistreating you. This is another reason why mods are super helpful, because if you have a mod, the mod can do the work for you. You don't even have to think about it. Your mod can just do the banning for you. They can spend that mental energy and you don't have to, and it'll be much less exhausting for you. And the mod mod's gonna be way less affected, because usually the person's harassing you in chat, they're harassing you, the VTuber, not the mod. So honestly, the mod probably mentally totally fine. Yeah, do not engage. If someone's trolling you or harassing you, do not engage with them. I don't know how to emphasize this more. If you engage with them, if you even acknowledge that they did it, they are much more likely to come back, because a lot of people do this because they like getting a rise out of people. Like, even if you want to be sassy, you know, if you want to be sassy and like smack talk them, usually it just encourages them. I think the only reason you should ever engage with like harassment or like post a bad DM on Twitter is if you're trying to make like a public announcement about something. Like if you're trying to call out like an art theft or a harasser or something who you think is going to be affecting people other than you. I think that's like one reason why you might want to do it, like bringing attention to somebody who you believe could be badly affecting other people. Let's see. There's something else I was gonna say in regards to that. Or I saw one really good clip of someone was responding to someone who was harassing her in chat in like a misogynistic way. And she called out the behavior because it was behavior that like the person was passing it off and saying it's just a joke when she called him out on it. And I think she posted a clip of that, and I think it was actually a good clip because it was a lesson that not only applies to that harasser, but it was like a good call out lesson on behavior that applies to a lot of people who respond with it's just a joke. And I think that's like another situation where it's not bad. I'm not gonna say 100% never engage, because sometimes maybe you might want to engage because you're trying to tell other people stuff and that's the reason you're doing it. But for the most part, don't engage because it's usually not worth your time. Navi's asking me, how many breads have you eaten in your life? Like, so many. Was that girl that was playing DBD while ranting about that? I think it might have been DBD Donut. Yeah, I think it might have been that person. I'm glad you know that clip too. Yeah, so report and move on. Just that's another thing. Sometimes you might not only want to ban them. Sometimes I think it's a really good idea if your mod's got the time, try to report people so at least their account can get banned and they're less likely to harass people. At the very least, they have to waste more time trying to make new accounts if they want to keep harassing people if you report them and they get banned. So that's just like something to inconvenience people who do harassment and stuff like that. Although obviously it's great if you can have thick skin and not let this affect you mentally too much, but obviously we're all human, right? We all have emotions and feelings, and harassment is probably going to get to you, especially if it happens a lot. If you need to vent, sometimes it's better not to vent in public. Sometimes I mean, obviously you'll probably, if you've got like followers and a supportive community, they will jump to your support, and it is nice sometimes to get that support from your community. But also sometimes if you are receiving harassment, like I was saying with the do not engage, if people go onto your social medias that were harassing you and they see that mentally it affected you, they're going to feel proud of themselves. They're going to feel proud that they got a rise out of you and that you're posting about it on social media. And while obviously we're all people and it's okay to feel emotions, sometimes it might be better to vent your emotions to friends that you trust. You know, friends that you trust, or like a support network outside of VTubing, you know, not in public. So the harasser can't see that they affected you emotionally, but you can still get out those feelings and vent to people who can support you and like help comfort you when you're feeling bad. And yeah, practicing self-love and respect. That's just an important thing. Like, as I was saying before, you guys all deserve love and respect, and just remember that even when other people are out there trying to like pull you down, you know. Yeah, I am so blessed to have you guys who interact with me regularly and come to my streams. I'm so happy that you guys are here and support what I do and hang out with me and talk. I really appreciate you guys. Let's see. Also, in addition to practicing self-love and respect, not only will like make you feel better, but I think if you love and respect yourself, I think that can really show through in your content creation. I think people are less likely to engage with someone who's constantly putting themselves down, you know, and like not respecting themselves. Because sometimes it can be kind of exhausting constantly reassuring someone who doesn't love and respect themselves. And I know it's not always easy, you know, it's self-doubt exists, and it's okay to feel self-doubt, but I think people should try to really work on building themselves up, even if it's only gradually, because it's better not only for you, but for the people around you, because most likely if the people around you are your friends and stuff, they care about you, and seeing you happy is going to make them happy. And I'm sure you guys feel that way about your friends. Like, I'm sure you want your friends to love and respect themselves. And it's kind of like about practicing what you preach. And it's hard sometimes, but I think that's how all love, I think, is it's work. It's work. Oh, actually, wait, there is one thing that I forgot. There was a question about that I got about what can moderators do to help moderatees. So some advice that I would give to moderators is let's see, I'm looking at the curious cat now. Yeah, so some advice I want to give to moderators is if you see someone breaking rules in a chat, like, or actually I think streamers should talk to their moderators about what they expect from their moderators beforehand, because it's kind of like awkward trying to like figure stuff out during a stream, you know, like if someone breaks a rule, like clarify, are you gonna give a warning or are you just gonna straight up ban them? Stuff like that. Moderators, the great stuff that you can do for a streamer is if it's a really active chat and you're noticing that the same question gets asked a lot, please feel free to answer questions for the streamer, because sometimes the streamer can get tired of answering the same question over and over. Some other things that a moderator can do is if you're noticing that like maybe some people in the chat they're not exactly breaking a rule, but they're starting to get into kind of like a weird uncomfy territory, and you're kind of noticing that the streamer's starting to get uncomfortable for whatever reason, don't feel bad about trying to steer people away from an uncomfortable topic or gently nudging them to like, hey, this is kind of a weird thing, don't talk about it, stuff like that. Those are just some things off the top of my head. I'm very lucky that I've never really had to deal with any weird things happening in my chat. JJ, my moderator, hasn't had to do too much as a moderator, I think. Some other stuff is like, what JJ did for me earlier is my stream, when I was having a lot of problems with it and I had to like fix a whole bunch of stuff. JJ was really nice and was like letting people in my chat know that I was trying to fix stuff, and that's why I was not there, why the stream hadn't started yet. That's like another really good thing you can do for a streamer if they're like busy or distracted. A great thing a moderator can do is if like if a viewer does like a point redeem or asks a question and the streamer like misses it, the moderator can gently like remind the streamer or like point out to the streamer that they missed something, so that way the viewer themselves doesn't have to like feel awkward trying to get the viewer to notice, because it feels way less it feels much better if the viewer doesn't have to do it and the mod does it, because sometimes it can make viewers don't want to be, you know, demanding of a streamer, right? But like it's good when a mod can do the reminding, you know. It's much more comfortable for all parties involved. I think those are the main things off the top of my head for advice for what moderators can do for moderatees. If there's other ideas that you have, I think it's always great to just talk with your moderators about what you're expecting from them, stuff that you're expecting, and what also the moderator is expecting, questions like that you guys might have for each other. Yeah. Oh, this is a really big spicy one. I'm kind of sad I actually didn't get to this earlier in the stream, because this is a big topic here. Oh my god, wait, let me post about this one to Twitter, because I think this is a big one and I'd love to see more people in here for this one. So let's get into VTubing and relationships. This is another thing that I'm noticing a lot with the VTubing community is I think this goes for all content creators, actually. I think this goes for all content creators, in that relationships can get very messy because of the difference between your private life and the life that you're like putting on display as a content creator. So I think it can always get messy, but I think it's even extra messy as a VTuber, because not only is there those inherent complications as a content creator, but there's also kind of like that extra disconnect because you're using an avatar to represent yourself. So you're also putting out like another extra layer of persona out there in a public performance for people. So there's several different facets I want to cover here as far as relationships go. There's networking and socializing. Networking and socializing is a big part of how people get ahead in the VTubing scene, and it's important. It's important to interact with the community with the same interests as that you have if you want to see growth. Interacting with the community is how most growth is achieved, especially as a content creator. So networking and socializing can be kind of tough though, because as I was saying before, with VTubing goals, a lot of people get into VTubing because they want to make friends as a VTuber. They want to find people to play games with, and they want to socialize and make friends as a VTuber, because a lot of people find it easier to socialize behind a virtual avatar, you know, and that's totally understandable and it's totally cool. But sometimes that can make it very hard socializing and networking in the VTubing community, because it's kind of hard to parse out people who are interacting because they're trying to network in a way because they want to see growth as a VTuber and as a content creator. So they're doing it in like a networking way. They're interacting with you in a networking way, and in like a polite networking way, and not in a way because they want to be your friend, you know? And sometimes people are out there and you might be trying to be friends with them and socializing with them, but they're not there for that. That's not what they're expecting out of the interaction with you. Yeah, I'm not saying you can't do both, Daishima. You can do both. It's just sometimes it can be really hard for people to parse which is which and what people are there for, you know? But also it's like tough because it doesn't feel natural to say, hey, I'm not comfortable, like, doing these things with you because this is not what I'm looking for. Sometimes that can be awkward to say. It's a little bit tough. It's really hard forming relationships naturally as a content creator. It can be kind of tough because it's just weird. Sometimes. I'm not an expert on this. Obviously, I'm no sociology or psychology expert. I'm someone actually. I'm not super. I don't think I'm that social as far as like being outside of streaming. Obviously, I interact with my viewers and stuff. I interact with my viewers and stuff like that. That's like normal. That's kind of par for the course as a streamer. But actually, outside of VTubing, I'm not that social. Like on my social medias, like I do interact with like tweets and stuff, and sometimes I will reply to tweets and congratulate people on accomplishments. Because like I am happy to see other people's successes out here in the VTubing community, but I'm not super here to make a ton of friends, I guess, if that makes sense, because I already have like a really solid friend group that I had before I started VTubing, and I'm not opposed to making friends, obviously, but I'm not here with the specific purpose of making friends, so I'm not going out of my way to do it. And I don't know, I'm just like not that social, and I'm comfortable with that. But sometimes people can be more social than you want to be, and it can be like kind of tough dealing with that because there isn't really a good way to saying like, I don't think this is like it's like a tough way to find a way to say like, hey, yeah, that's cool. I just don't have the socializing energy right now for this, or I'm not really in the mood to socialize. I know that sounds bad, but I mean, that's just how I personally feel. I don't think anyone should feel obligated to socialize with people if they don't want to. I don't think you should ever force friendship. And I think everybody has different definitions of friendship, right? There's a lot of different different people out there, and the ways that people like perceive friendship or define friendship in their own personal lives varies a lot. Like my definition of friendship might not necessarily be the same as your definition of friendship. The stuff that you're expecting out of like a friendship relationship might be different from what I'm expecting out of a friendship relationship. And that's okay. That's okay. I think in the VTubing community, there's a lot of people who kind of throw out the term friend very casually. But not everybody has the same like definition of what they consider a friend as. So I think a lot of conflict in the VTubing community, and a lot of like people that are out here with accusations of like, I kind of feel like I'm just being used, or like I thought they were my friend, but I think they were just using me, stuff like that. I think this comes down a lot to like a different consideration of what people are considering friendship, and what they're expecting out of the relationships that they're forming through VTubing, and these relationships they form from networking. And that's kind of just what I have to say on that. I don't really have any specific advice to give here because I will admit I'm kind of a little bit awkward as far as socializing goes, especially on social media. I've never really been super good at it. A lot of my social media interaction is with people I already knew prior to my VTubing career, or people that I like talk to already regularly. Dashina says, are you saying that you wouldn't take a bullet for another VTuber? But I don't know, just be aware when you're socializing. Just kind of try to keep track of what it is you're expecting out of your interactions, and what you think the other person's expecting out of the interactions, and try to keep yourselves on the same page, you know? Okay, moving on to romantic relationships. So there's actually a lot of people who I think this kind of goes back to character versus you, where like how much are you comfortable with disclosing about your own real life. Some VTubers, especially I think bigger ones, I think they would lose a lot of their audience if they what do you call it, like revealed that in real life they were like in a relationship with someone. And I think this kind of falls back into something that's like also really predominant in like idol culture, where people will stop supporting some idols if a idol gets into a relationship because I hate that this exists, but there's like a huge illusion that some like people have, like the illusion that possibly either, hey, it is possible that I could get into a relationship with someone, or alternatively, like kind of this association with purity with an idol. And I think sometimes this can happen with VTubers too, like either purity, or it feels like perhaps that person won't be as dedicated to their fans if they have to devote time and effort and energy to a romantic relationship. Like it feels like they care about their fans less if they're in a relationship. That's another thing. I feel like that is less of an issue in the EN indie community. Yeah, I think it's definitely less of an issue in the EN indie community for sure. But it is an issue that does exist, and I feel like we should at least talk about it a little bit. Also, I think that I haven't seen a whole lot of this, but I also really don't follow that many people on Twitter. I think there are some people that form romantic relationships with like they're either people who are like, I think this actually goes for content creation in general. They're content creators who like form relationships and go like pursue romantic relationships, but because they're in the public eye so much, like if something bad ever happens in that relationship, it's like very public, and it can get very, very messy and spiral out of control because of that like public exposure. For example, I don't know if anybody knows that stuff that happened with Pro Jared. When Pro Jared's relationship like kind of fell apart, that was very public, and like call out posts were made, and it was very messy, and Pro Jared's reputation was like ruined for a while. I think it came out like a little bit afterwards that actually some of the allegations that were made against him in this call out were actually like lies. I think that's what ended up happening. But like fallout from stuff like that can really ruin your reputation, and sometimes it can just be really painful having stuff that would normally be private business just being out there because you're a public figure. So although I don't think that a lot of people would criticize a VTuber in the English VTubing community for having a relationship, I think it is important to remember that if you do get into a relationship as a VTuber, especially if it's with another VTuber, like if you end up getting into a relationship with another VTuber, if something bad happens with that relationship, just be really careful about how you handle that, because that can end up being really messy if you're not careful. Also, obviously, very bad idea. I think Daishima said this earlier. Don't date your viewers. Don't date your viewers. That can get super, super, super messy. There are so many content creators get call out stuff made about them because they entered relationships with viewers. It's just a bad power dynamic. Don't do it. It's not worth it.
My heart failure diagnosis changed my
my audio is on, so you guys could hear that though. You could hear it that time. See, they're just random ads that keep playing, and I don't know where they're coming from. It's really annoying. If you want to date your viewers, you first need for them to become content creators first. Okay, so here, let's go into this. This is a really interesting one here. I'm sure people have done that. Oh, jeez. Oh, and another additional thing. I don't think there's probably too many minors here watching this, but in case some minors do watch this VOD later, please, 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 if you are a minor, be very careful with who you interact with and how you interact with. If you are a minor, you should not, like, romantically, even in jest, be interacting with people who are not also minors. Don't do it. Actually, I personally don't believe you should be, like, romantically interacting with people over the internet if you're a minor anyways, because you literally, unless you know that person in real life, you have no way to prove that they are who they say they are. And that can get very dangerous very fast. Please be safe on this internet. Not everyone out there is a good person. Especially in this age of the internet and like the way that we interact with content creators and like the communities that we form and how we interact on social media. You can find yourself in a messy situation very, very fast. Do not let yourself be pressured by people who are asking things of you that make you uncomfortable. And just remember to stay safe out there. Okay? Just be safe. Okay. Oh yeah, let's go into this very interesting topic here of parasocial relationships. Parasocial relationships. Here, this is a link because I linked to the Wikipedia article so that we could really talk about I want to make sure that I got the definition right, because this is actually a term that I was not familiar with until I got into the VTubing scene and I saw some people using it. The basic gist of this though is it's like the relationship that viewers form with a figure that they're seeing in the media that they're consuming, like the relationship that a viewer is forming with the performer. And these are basically kind of like one-sided relationships, because the parasocial relationship is kind of like referring to the psychological relationship that a viewer has with a performer, but the performer obviously isn't going to get that same like feeling of a relationship that a viewer has, you know. Let me read a specific sentence from this definition. So, parasocial interaction refers to a kind of psychological relationship experienced by an audience in their mediated encounters with performers in the mass media, particularly on television. And I think that's like, I think this article doesn't mention streaming, but streaming and content creators is also extra even more so with parasocial relationships, because you are going to be able to actually interact. You can interact with a streamer or a content creator, so that intensifies the feelings that viewers have with a content creator, because the content creator can interact with you directly. This is what makes people shrimp. Yeah, that's a really good point, Rexy. This is a lot of the reason why people can feel like extra. I can see I see really high levels of dedication from fans to content creators, because fans of content creators can feel a lot closer to them through these parasocial interactions. I think most of the people here are VTubers or interested in getting into VTubing, so I think you probably already have an understanding that the people playing and performing as VTubers and streamers and content creators, they're making content, but they're not making content specifically for you. They're making content for everybody. And although the content may speak to you and you may really grow to like them and you may interact with them, you know, you can't think of yourself as being extra special, because you're gonna get yourself hurt that way, and you're gonna get into some really uncomfortable situations if you're expecting something. If you're expecting something from the VTuber that you're a fan of, because they're not obligated to give you anything. They're not obligated to give you anything other than like the basic respect that all humans should be given. But other than that, they're not obligated to give you anything, so you shouldn't expect stuff from them. A lot of people can feel hurt because they feel like they feel like they formed a relationship with a VTuber, but the VTuber doesn't like. If the VTuber does something that they don't like, they can take it more personally as a fan, and it's really tough. There's a lot of times when fans of a VTuber, if you go to their streams regularly and interact with them a bunch, you can kind of feel like, hey, I've talked to them a whole bunch of times, they interact with me and they're friendly to me on stream, I think we're friends. That's not necessarily the case. I want everyone to realize that VTubers are basically they're performers, and also they're like, how do I describe this? It's like when you make small talk at a store with a store employee and you're nice and friendly to them and you have a positive interaction, that doesn't mean the store employee is your friend now. They're like there. You came to them and they have to be there. I mean, a streamer obviously doesn't have to be there, but I mean, it's their stream, so like they have to be at their own stream, right? But they have to be there. Yeah, VTubers are people too. And just because you've interacted with them on a regular basis, and just because they know your name, doesn't mean that you're friends. They're there making content, and you're consuming it as a fan. Consuming content doesn't make you friends, and you have to make sure that you're respecting the social boundaries of the VTuber and keeping that in mind. The avatars make a lot of people forget, it seems. Yeah, it can be really easy to forget sometimes. And I'm not a psychologist, so I can't really get into the deep details of a parasocial relationship. But just for people who aren't familiar with what a parasocial relationship is, at least hopefully you guys kind of understand it a little bit better now. So it's a lot of viewers can feel a connection in a relationship with a VTuber that's not necessarily there. And you just have to make sure that, like, you keep it clear with your viewers that, like, you are a content creator and you love and appreciate your community for sure. But that doesn't mean that everybody in your community is like your friend, you know? There's always going to be that sense of distance that needs to be maintained, because it would be really exhausting trying to be friends with all of your viewers. Yeah, okay. Most I got from psychology was that Fruit was a weird dude. He was a weird dude. Okay, and, alright, we've talked about parasocial interactions and relationships. Oh, let's go into business and transactional relationships. I think this is really adjacent to parasocial interactions. I think in the course of a lot of VTubing, a lot of people are going, especially in VTubing, you're going to interact a lot with artists, right? Because you're going to be getting art and assets from artists, commissioning people for models and graphics and stuff like that. So chances are you're going to be regularly interacting with an artist as they work on your commission, and you ask for changes and you compliment their work and give them feedback. And sometimes you might just make friendly small talk with them because, like, you want to. And sometimes an artist is okay with that. But just because you have entered a transactional relationship with an artist, just because you've commissioned them and talked with them, doesn't automatically make you friends. Don't forget that that making art is an artist's job. Like going back to the analogy of, like, making nice small talk with someone who's working in the store. That's their job, and they have to be there. They have to interact with you. So, just remember that, like, they're kind of obligated to interact with you. So just try not to overstep your boundaries, and, just keep that in mind, you know, when you're interacting with artists. I've seen so many scenarios, even before I got into the VTubing scene, where artists have had some very uncomfortable reactions with clients, because clients kind of have that thing going where they feel that because they've commissioned this artist and they've talked to the artist several times because of the commission, maybe even several commissions, then they start feeling like they're friends with the artist. But that's not necessarily the case. I've seen so many people overstep social boundaries. So that's just one thing. And I'm not saying you can't become friends with an artist that you commission. It's totally possible to become friends with an artist that you commission. Just be, like, really wary of how you socialize with an artist, and don't make assumptions, you know? Just don't make assumptions. I think that's a really important thing, like all social interactions, is not to make assumptions. Okay. Okay, that's what I had to say about relationships. Let me check the Curious Cat, see if anybody had any comments to make on that topic. No, none. Okay, cool. So I guess we'll move on if no one has anything specific they want to talk about or any experiences they've had. I personally have not had too many weird experiences. I have had someone directly outright ask me if we were friends, but that was because I made this post about this discussion I was going to have tonight, and I think they got curious. And I think sometimes it is okay to ask for clarification on relationships with people, because sometimes it's, like, helpful to know where you are at with people and, like, how things are defined socially. But I do want to say that kind of outright asking someone, are we friends, that's a really tough question to ask, especially for the person who you're asking it to. To the person who did ask me if we were friends, please don't feel bad. this is just something I've noticed that happens, not only to me, but I've seen it happen to friends. It's just a very uncomfortable question, especially if the person who you're asking doesn't necessarily feel like they've interacted with you enough to be friends. Like, a lot of people they don't dislike you. They don't dislike you. But if you've only interacted them with a limited amount of times, or the interaction you've had was just like small interactions, especially if they were just like small social media interactions, I personally feel like I have to regularly interact with someone a lot to consider them my friend. I have to really know people kind of like on a personal level, for the most part, for me to really consider them a friend. That's just how I am, and that's how I define friendship. My friendships are very important to me, so I kind of have a high bar and a high standard that I like to meet before I define something as a friendship. But when you ask someone if you're friends, it puts a lot of pressure on the person who's like being asked, because the chances are they don't dislike you, but they just don't feel that close to you, and it's kind of just really, sometimes it can be really tough to like let someone down, saying like, yeah, I don't think I would count ourselves as friends, but like, that's not to say that I don't want to be friends in the future. I don't feel like I've interacted with you enough to consider us that close, you know? So just kind of be wary if you do want to like clarify your relationship with someone. Try to do it in a way that doesn't make them feel uncomfortable or like make them feel obligated to say yes, you know? JP Smee says, I still feel awful for the artists I asked about the commission rates and whatnot, and I totally prefaced the interaction with explicitly stating that I'm new to the scene in general, and that I'm only just trying to get an idea of what sort of investments would be required. When I confessed I had some sticker shock to what was quoted, they never actually read any of my follow-up messages, where I was literally thanking them for their time, and that while I couldn't afford their fee, I wanted to be clear that I did feel that they should absolutely be paid what they are worth. Yeah, it can be tough for, I think artists, I think a lot of artists out there are just very tired of being told that their prices are too high. So sometimes when people are told like, oh, I'm shocked at the price, some artists can take it very personally, which I understand, but I hope all artists realize that just because the person can't afford your art, or maybe is shocked by the price, doesn't mean that they don't think that you deserve it. They just can't afford it. Don't always like cross a person directly off of your list just because they say one thing, because they might follow up with some other stuff. Meanwhile, black people charge more. Oh, Daishima. Yeah, it's tough. I remember, not all artists are the same. Some artists are actually not great people, and because remember, all artists are people too, and just like all people, sometimes they're great people, and sometimes they're not so great people. A lot of artists should probably charge for more, but I think a lot of artists end up kind of undercharging, because a lot of artists that do take commissions, a lot of them are hobby artists. So they're not necessarily charging prices that they need to make a living off of. They're just charging prices that get them some spending money, because it's a hobby for them. And I think there's nothing wrong with that, but it just feels bad if you're not compensating yourself properly for your time, you know, because you're still providing a service to people. So let's move on from relationships. And let's go into, oh wow, we're actually, we're at the end of my, PowerPoint. Wow, God, I've been talking, for like 5 hours now. I'm catching up chat. I'm honestly all questioned out, but I'd like to reiterate that I really appreciate the stream, and I really appreciate the interactions with everyone else here. This has been a great and productive talk with some good advice. Thank you guys so much. 2 a.m. stream. Oh God, it is almost 2 a.m. That talk went on for like a really long time. I didn't realize how long that was gonna go on. But thank you guys so much for coming to the stream tonight. I really appreciate it. Thank you guys for coming and listening to me ramble about a whole bunch of VTubing stuff. I hope this was helpful and got people thinking. I will be uploading this VOD to YouTube. I'll try to be editing it down to like remove a lot of extra stuff, maybe, if I can. Although I don't know how short I can get this to be, because I was talking for like 5 hours. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it. I hope you guys all get a good night's rest tonight, and I wish everybody the best of luck in your VTubing endeavors, for realsies. Alright. Good night, guys. Bye.